Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, there be no message from His Excellency the President for now. No formal communication by the Speaker. May we turn to item numbered 5, correction of votes and proceedings, and official reports. Honourable members, the vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 11th day of June 2025 is under corrections. The floor is now yours. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, let me respectfully seek your wise counsel in this. Page 9, item 9, 1A. The question that stood in the name of the respected minority leader. There is a portion I feel is incomplete. If you could kindly help me. Please, Speaker, with your indulgence, let me read. To ask the Minister for Labor, Jobs and Employment the total number of Ghanaian youth affected by the Chief of Staff in a letter dated. Speaker, I feel it should be Chief of Staff Directive.
Well, Honorable Member, if you were to be holding the order paper for yesterday and making reference to the order paper,
yes,
that what is captured in the vote and proceedings,
yes, sir,
is wrong,
okay,
I would have agreed with you. But if the question captured by the order paper is the same as what is appearing in the votes and proceedings, then basically the vote and proceedings are correct. However, I will ask the clerk at the table to look at the rendition in the order paper for yesterday and do the needful regarding the point raised by you. Thank you very much. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyaku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, on page 11, before number 126, if you permit me, I'll read to seek your guidance. The Honorable Secretary...
Which page?
Page 11, with respect, page 11. The paragraph before number 126. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker, having regard to the state of business of the House, directed that sitting be held outside the prescribed period in accordance with Order 55 for the standing orders. And that was correct. However, before he directed the House to go beyond the prescribed sitting period, Honorable Member, Honorable Ashaman, had drew the House's attention using Order 55.3. So my request from you, taking your guidance, is shouldn't that indication from Honorable Ashaman be captured before the Speaker's directive? Because ordinarily, when the time is about to elapse or elapses, the Speaker, in his own judgment, will activate Order 55.4. But in this instance, it was triggered by a member. So I'm just seeking your guidance on this. Thank you.
Well, table office, I direct that to put the appropriate rendition. Yes. Honorable Majority Whip.
Speaker, a similar issue was raised sometime last week. And Speaker indicated that such things are captured by the Hansard. But the votes and proceedings will capture the actual directive given by Speaker. Yes, it's for
Yes.
the Hansard.
The point that he is raising is that ordinarily, when you are going beyond the prescribed hours, the Speaker is to extend the time, so motum. But in this case, the attention of the Speaker has been drawn to it. So the question, therefore, is that if you drew Speaker's attention to something, the fact that you are drawing Speaker's attention to something must also be captured. Is that what we are saying? Why? The practice is that when Speaker's attention is drawn to this, then the Speaker has gone to extend the period. There is no need stating that Honorable Achampong drew the Speaker's attention to this, and that has been done. What is important is that the Hansard will capture that, but the vote and proceedings will indicate that sitting has been extended beyond the prescribed period. This is vote and proceedings. When it comes to Hansard, we can expect that in the Hansard, because the Hansard is more detailed than the vote and proceedings. Yes?
I will yield to your superior judgment. Just to say that I was not here when the Speaker made that ruling. And following proceedings keenly in this House, that was why I drew the attention of the House to it for clarification. So I'm okay with your intervention on this matter. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. Then page 13. Page 14. Yes, Honorable Kinsley Nyaku.
Mr. Speaker, you don't like looking at your legs. Mr. Speaker,
Are you sure I don't like looking at my left?
Mr. Speaker,
Then how did I earlier recognize you?
Mr. Speaker, because we are permitted. But that's fair. Mr. Speaker, 13 under supplement, Committee on Roads and Transportation. Order 207 kill is clear. It is roads and transportation, not road. Thank you.
Table office, can you take note? Page 14. Page 15. Yes, honourable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, please indulge me to take you back to page 11. Number 22. The name Nana Oseje is hyphenated, please. Oseje is hyphenated.
Very well. Table office, take note. Page 16. Yes, Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you again. I was on my feet for page 15, item XIX, that's number 19. Engineer Abdullahi Mahama. Abdullahi has been wrongly spelled here. I propose we delete what is here and insert Abdullahi. Thank you.
Very well. Table office, check the correct spelling of the name, whether it is Abdullahi or Abdullahi. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye, page 19.
Thank you, Speaker. Page 18.
We are on
Environmental.
page 19. But it's your correction at page 18.
Yes, please.
Then you need my leave to take me back to page 19.
Accordingly, sort, sir.
Yes, so do.
Thank you, Speaker. Environmental Protection Authority. As far as I recollect, we have environmental authority now. Oh, really?
Yes, the new law has been passed.
Okay.
I believe you are here before.
Thank you.
Or you are not here. Page 20. Yes, Honorable Professor Kinsley.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very minor suggestion. Under page 21, in attendance, item 3, under Roman numeral IV, you have Ms. Davina D. in Quantabisa, and beneath the name is Office of the, and I will plead with table office to just shift it to after Chief State Attorney, Office of the Attorney General. Thank you. Where it is positioned is a bit misleading. Thank you.
What I have here is the designation is Chief State Attorney
That
in
is
the
correct.
Office
But
of
my
the
point is
Attorney
that
General and Ministry of Justice.
the position
Very well, table office, take note. 22. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet for page 21. The short form of engineer, I'm not too sure your direction needed here, Mr. Speaker. ENGR Yaogomado, that's in attendance. III. I'm not too sure whether that is a short form of engineer. It's either ING or ENG. I don't know whether he wrote it this way or.
Table office, take note and cross-check. Page 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Honourable members, the absence of any further corrections. The vote and proceedings of Wednesday, 11th day of June 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, there is no official report ready. We move to item number 6, or Majority Leader, any indication?
Yes, we will, except to say that today, Mr. Speaker, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, close to 30 questions. Close to 30 questions. So I just want to urge that let's work together to be able to enable everybody to ask their questions today. And by that, Mr. Speaker, I'm just appealing to colleagues that when it is a constituency-specific questions, we just limit it to the individual MP. And in non-constituency-specific questions, if we can manage our time so that we can cover all the questions. So this is just an appeal to colleagues. But let's, Mr. Speaker, start with the Minister for Roads. The Minister for Roads is here. If we can start with him. All the other ministers are within the building, but let's start with the Minister for Roads.
Yes, honourable members, there is an appeal on the floor in view of the fact that we have about 30 questions to answer. Constituency-specific questions, supplementary should be limited to the questioner, and other non-constituency questions will limit the supplementary questions that we should take on it. So I want to have the sense of the House and the number of supplementary questions that we have to take regarding the non-constituency specific questions. So, Minority Chief Whip, you have the floor.
Speaker, I think ordinarily this should not come as an appeal. It should something that we should do anyway. So, on our side, we intend to stick to that arrangement. Follow-ups, the 3 follow-ups. But it's also important that the ministers who are answering the question will do the needful. If you choose or elect to veer into controversies, you are going to invite questions that may go beyond the constituencies relevant. So just as my respected leader is appealing to us, he should appeal to the ministers as well. Stay on course. Answer your questions. Don't try to do other things. If you do that, you invite us. And we may yield to that invitation. So, Speaker, I think we are on course.
Thank you. So regarding the number, how many supplementary questions are we taking? Yes?
Madam Speaker, with respect to that whip, ministers don't come to Parliament and do other things. He should put his language well. What are you suggesting? If you want ministers to answer questions, say so, but you say other things. That can be misinterpreted by the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you,
Well,
Honourable Minority Whip. I think we should take this in good faith
I think it's in good
without
faith.
belaboring the point.
Speaker, there's no problem. There's no problem. They should just stick to what they are supposed to do, and we'll have peace. So, constituency-specific follow-ups 3, as the order prescribes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, but The issue is non-constituency specific question. After giving the opportunity within the rules to the questioner, and members who want to ask supplementary question, how many are we taking in addition to the supplementary asked by the questioner?
Let's do one.
One.
In the face of the load of business we have.
Very well, very well.
We can do one.
Very well. That is 1-1, if any. Honourable members, let's turn to page 5 of today's order paper. The Minister for Roads and Highway is seated to respond. Yes. Yes.
If it is the case that we are varying the order of business, the father must concede the road minister is punctual, unlike others. He's punctual. However, if it is the case that we are varying the order of business, the leader must say so, and he must make, the leader must respect the chair, and he must make the application.
You see, Honorable Chief Whip, the leader has indeed said so, that we should start from the minister responsible for roads and highways. And sometimes silence means consent. In your response, you have never stated any opposition to the House starting with the minister responsible for roads. Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any difficulty when our former colleague, the Minister for Roads, will take the chair, except that our former colleague in leadership, in the 8th Parliament, we were colleagues in leadership when he was a minority chief whip. Mr. Speaker, what my chief whip was saying is that, you know, we have agent questions and questions. So if the majority leader says that, let's start with the road minister, that is not enough. But you should say that we should vary the order of business, stand down agent questions, and start with questions. That's when the road minister comes. The road minister doesn't have any agent question. So that is a good application.
Honorable,
but to just leave it like that.
Honorable Habib, for the fact that he stated we should start with the road minister means that we need to vary the order of business. So sometimes, if the farm is not long, your water container need not be big. Honourable members, Minister, may you take your seat. Honourable members, let's turn to page 5. Question number 75. Standing in the name of Honorable Damata Amma Apianima Salam, Member of Parliament for Efija, Kwabre South. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I have an authority from Ms. Damata Amma Apianima Salam to ask the question on her behalf.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, permission to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following road construction will be completed. 1. Atimatim Road. 2. Marse Meduma Road. 3. Atimatim Township Roads. 4. Ejunase Bohu Road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Honorable Member, I think the first one is Atimatimasi Road. Not Atimati, it's Atimatimasi Road. Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Question number 75.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Efija Kwabre South District is located within the Ashanti region and has Kodie as the district capital. Current program: Atimati Mase Road, Mase Meduna, Abbas Junction, Mase Road. Atimati Mase Road is a road. Atimati Mase Road to Medu Mase and Meduma Road are roads the Department of Urban Roads is rehabilitating under the contract rehabilitation of selected roads in Kwabre East municipality in Efejra Kwabre South District, 42 kilometers. The project commenced on the 1st of March 2023 for completion by 28th February 2025, which was later revised to 27th February 2027. The contractor is on site and the works are at 70% physical completion. The 3.75 kilometer Ati Matimase Road is at Pramasil stage, whilst the 3.1 kilometer Mase Meduma Road is at sub-base stage. The next road is Atimatim Township Road. The Atimatim Township is located 3.9 kilometers from Pankrono on the Kumasi Chambulingu Road, IR4. It is located in the Kwabre East district of the Ashanti region. The said road is the town road has been awarded under the two projects with total length of 5.3 kilometers under project titled Upgrading of Atimatim Town Road 2.60 Lot 1 and Upgrading of Atimatim Town Road 2.7 kilometers Lot 2 to bituminous surfacing. The contracts commenced on the 26th of May 2023 for completion by 25th May 2024. The projects are at physical completion 27.5% and 9.6% respectively. The contractors are currently not on site due to delay in payment for works done. Construction of concrete U-drains was being executed on both lots 1 and 2 before the contractor left site. The Ghana Highway Authority is in discussion with the contractor to complete all outstanding works. Edwimase Buoho Road. The aforementioned road is a branch of the National Road 10, Swame Offenso Road. The road has, over the years, supported the movement of people and goods and agricultural produce from the Bono East to market centers in Kumasi, as it serves as a detour to the central business district of Kumasi for vehicles traveling from Offenso to and beyond. Current program. The said road has been awarded under a contract titled Upgrading of Buoho Sasa Afrancho Road, 7 kilometers, and Critical Access Road, 4.1 kilometers. The project commenced on the 17th of February 2025 for completion by 16th of February 2027. The contractor is currently on site and the progress of work is 6.8% physical completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll rest my case here. Thank you.
Honourable Members, this will be a constituency specific questions. May we move to question number 115, standing in the name of Pius Kwame Nkwa, Member of Parliament for Serbia Kontombra. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work will resume on the following abandoned roads in the Sewia Contomna district. Bopa Junction to Edewo Krom, which was awarded in 2016 and halted after the change of government 2017. Akontombra to Dadiesu Road, Tanukrom Junction to Esieso Road, which was also awarded in 2020 and abandoned in the same year after the elections. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bopa Junction to Edu Wakrom Road on the Sefiwe Akontombra stretch. The said road is part of Sefiwe Akontombra Road R126. It is located in the Sefiwe Akontombra district of the Western North region. Current program. The project was awarded under contract titled Construction of Sefiwe Akontombra Road, kilometer 15 to 56. The contract commenced on the 19th of December 2016 for completion by 18th of December 2019, with revised completion date of 18th June 2022. Physical progress of works is 52%. The contractor has suspended works due to delay in payment for works done. Akontombra to Dadieso Road. Akontombra to Dadieso are the respective district capitals of Akontombra and Swaman district in the Western North district regions. The two districts share boundaries with Sefiwe Bodi and Sefiwe Awin. The Akontombra Dadieso Road is a 22.3 kilometer road. Part of this road joins the National Road N12 at Bukaso and connects Akontombra to Dadieso in Kalo. The contract was awarded under the rehabilitation, upgrading, construction of roads in cocoa growing areas programmed on the 3rd of November 2021 for completion within 24 calendar months. The contractor mobilized to site and commenced work on the 17th of November 2021. He abandoned the site in November 2022 after clearing the site, constructing 55% of the drainage works and 50% of earthworks. The contractor has been served with warning letters. Current program. To improve the road surface for motorists and other road users, part of the road was reshaped under the 2024-2025 routine maintenance schedule. Tono Krom Junction to Asieso Road. This road is captured on the Department of Federal Roads database as Akontombra Asieso Feeder Road, 4 kilometers. The road is located in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an unengineered road in poor surface condition. Current program. The Akontombra Asieso Feeder Road, 4 kilometers, was awarded under the contract title Rehabilitation of Akontombra Asieso Feeder Road, 4 kilometers, Peter Krom Junction, Tewia Krom Feeder Road, 5.5 kilometers, and Asase to Yoyaja Feeder Road, 5 kilometers, under Cocoa Board funded program. The contract was awarded on the 25th of February 2020 for completion by 6th of March 2022. The overall progress of work is estimated at 32.1%. Physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and the works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to seek your leave. Questions number 117, 118 are all in the name of Akontomra.
No, Honourable Member, that is up to me. Do you have any supplementary question? Yes or no?
I want to finish with these ones before I ask the supplementary questions.
No. For every question, you have a right to ask supplementary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Do you have a supplementary question on the question that we have asked?
Please let's proceed. I don't have any supplementary question.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's move to question numbered 117. Standing in the name of Pius Kwame Nkwa, Honourable Member for Sevi Akotombra, who is on the floor asking question. So let's proceed. Honourable Sosu, we shall come back to your question later.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, again. To ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following projects in the Akontomra district will resume and completed. Pachi Kojo, Nzaura Akaukrum, Nzaura Yaukrum, Bokaso Bosompem, and Bokaso Adukwasi Roads. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Pechi Korojo Road is captured on the Department of Feeder Road database as Pechi Junction Kojo Feeder Road, 17.1 kilometers. It is an inter-district road located in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an engineered road in poor condition. Current program, the Pechi Junction Kojo Feeder Road, 17.1 kilometers, was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Pechi Junction Kojo Feeder Road, 17.1 kilometers, under Road Fund. The contract was awarded on the 9th of August, 2022, for completion by the 28th of July, 2025. The progress of work is estimated at 45% physical completion. The contractor is currently on site and works are progressing steadily. Nsowara Akakrom. This road is captured on the Department of Feeder Road database as Nsowara Junction Kojokrom Akakrom Junction Feeder Road, 17.3 kilometers. The road is located in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an engineered road with gravel surface in poor condition. The current program, this road was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Nsawara Junction Kojokrom Akakrom Junction Feeder Road, 17.3 kilometers. The contract was awarded on the 23rd of August 2022 for completion by 11th of April 2025. The progress of work is estimated at 32.14 physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment of works done. The contractor has indicated his intention to remobilize the site to continue with the outstanding works. In Sawara to Yaokrom. This road is a 16-kilometer long connector road. The road is located in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is partially engineered road and has earth surface in poor condition. Current program. The road has been divided into 4 phases and awarded under 4 separate contracts as follows. Upgrading of Nsawara Yaokrom Feeder Road, Phase 1, kilometer 0 to 8. B, upgrading of Nsawara Yaokrom Feeder Road, kilometer 8 to 13, and the same with kilometer 13 to 14.5, and upgrading of Nsawara Yaokrom, kilometer 14.5 to 16. A, upgrading of Nsawara Yaokrom Feeder Road. The road was awarded under the contract entitled Nsowara Yaokrom Feeder Road, as mentioned above. The contract was awarded on the 20th of November 2020 for completion on the 2nd of December 2022, which was later revised to 30th of September 2023. The progress of work is estimated at 25.35 physical completion. The contractor is currently on site and works are progressing steadily. B, this road was awarded under the contract upgrading of Nsowara Yaokrom Feeder Road. The contract was awarded on the 2nd of February 2023 for completion on 18th of April 2024. The progress of work is estimated at 18.97 physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. The contractor has indicated his willingness to mobilize to site to complete the work, outstanding works. C, this road was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Nsowara Yaokrom Feeder Road, Phase 3. The contract was awarded on the 14th of December 2023 for completion by 27th May 2025. The progress of works is estimated at 53.81 physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to the delay in payment for works done. The contractor has indicated willingness to remobilize the site to continue with the outstanding works. D, this contract was awarded on 14th of December 2023 for completion by 27th of May 2025. The progress of work is estimated at 51.37 physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. The contractor has indicated his willingness to remobilize the site and complete the project. Bukaso Bosompem Road. This road is captured on the Department of Feeder Road database as Bosompem Junction to Bosompem Feeder Road, a 4.5 kilometer stretch. It is located in the Kontombra district of the Western North region. It is an unengineered road and has earth surface in poor condition. Current program. This road has been awarded on contract with title upgrading of Bosompem Junction to Bosompem Feeder Road. And then Bowo Homoden Junction and then Bowo Modern Feeder Road under Cocoa Board funding. The contract was awarded on the 4th of September 2020 for completion by the 4th of January 2022. The overall physical completion progress is 17.97%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back on site. Bokaso Edu Kwasikrum. Mr. Speaker, this road is captured on the Department of Feeder Road database and it's a 4.5 kilometer road. It is located within the Kontombra district of the Western North region. It is partially engineered road and has gravel surface in poor condition. Current program. This road is under contract and the current contract was awarded on the 13th of August 2020 for completion by 8th of December 2021. The contractor did not commence work, so the project was terminated by the Department of Feeder Road Entity Tender Committee on 15th of March 2024 for the employer's convenience. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out on the road by the end of the third quarter of 2025 for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Speaker, no supplementary questions. Thank you.
Let's move then to question number 118. Standing in the name of same honorable member. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. arise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the construction of the following abandoned roads in the Akontomra district will resume and completed. Bawakrum Junction to Misiba, Bohom Modern Junction to Bohom Modern, Abraham Krum Junction to Abraham Krum, Tewia Krum to Suyeja, Manu Krum to JJ Krum, and Esansi to Yoyo Eja. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the above-mentioned roads are all roads in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an unengineered road and was with earth surface in poor condition. Current program, that is number one. The Bawakrom Junction to Misiba feeder road, 9.8 kilometers, was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Bawakrom Junction to Misiba Road under Cocoa Board funding. The contract was awarded on the 18th of December 2020 for completion by 4th of March 2023 and later revised to 30th of June 2025. The physical completion of the works is estimated at 7.51%. The contractor is currently not on site and works has stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back on site to complete the outstanding works. Bawumode Junction to Bawumode itself. Mr. Speaker, this road is within the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an unengineered road and has earth surface in poor condition. Current program, Mr. Speaker, this road is under contract with Cocoa Board funding. The contract was awarded on the 4th of September 2020 for completion on the 4th of January 2022. The overall physical completion is 17.97%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back on site to complete outstanding works. Mr. Speaker, Abraham Krum Junction to Abraham Krum. Mr. Speaker, this road is in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an unengineered road and has earth surface in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, this road has been awarded on contract and then on the 13th of August 2020 for completion by 6th of January 2022. Works have stalled and the contractor is currently not on site. The project was terminated by the Department of Federal Road Entity Tender Committee on 15th of March 2024 for employers' convenience. Future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out on the road by the end of the third quarter of 2025 for consideration. Tewia Krom Junction to Suyeja. Mr. Speaker, this road is in the Akontombra district of the Western North region. It is an unengineered road with earth surface in poor condition. Currently, this road is under contract with the Cocoa Board funding. The contract was awarded on the 25th of February 2020 for completion by 6th of March 2022. The overall progress of work is 32.1% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back on site to complete this outstanding work. Menu Krum to JJ Krum. Mr. Speaker, this road is within the Akontombra district of the Western North region and is an earth surface in poor condition. Current program. Mr. Speaker, this road is under contract with funding from the road fund. Mr. Speaker, the contract was awarded on 20th of November 2020 for completion by 7th of March 2022, which was later revised to 31st December 2024. The physical completion of the works stands at 55.31%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor to come back to site and complete outstanding works. As Esase Yoyoroja. Mr. Speaker, this project, this road is within the Akontombra district of the Western North region, and it is an unengineered road and has earth surface in poor condition. Mr. Speaker, this road is under contract with funding from the Cocoa Board. The contract was awarded on the 25th of February 2020 for completion by 6th of March 2022. The overall progress of work is estimated at 31.2%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get a contractor to site to complete the outstanding works. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, could you please name the contractors which are involved in this project? The contractors involved in this project. Contractors who were awarded this project. The names of those contractors, if you can help the House. Thank you.
Very well, Honourable Ministers. Contractors working on those projects.
Mr. Speaker, the name of the contractor working on the upgrading of Akontombra to Awiefutu Feeder Road, the name of the contractor is Measures Wundini Ghana Limited. The name of the contractor working on the Akontombra to Awiefutu Road is the same Measures Wundini Ghana Limited. The name of the contractor working on the improvement of Echum Kwan Junction to Achuan Khan Road is Paytel Company Limited. And then the contractor working on the Kubasi Junction to Obenkrum Road is Measures Paytel Company Limited. The contractor working on the Asieso Feeder Road to and others is Measures A. Amako Limited. And then the contractor working on the Bawakrom Junction to Messi Ba Feeder Road is Measures Batsam Company Limited. The contractor working on the Abraham Junction to Abraham Ahiefutu Road is Measures Paytel Company Limited. Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
Honorable Minister, can you please help me with the one working on the Akontombra Dadiesu Road? Akontombra Dadiesu Road.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the contractor working on the Akontombra to Enuhien Futu Road is Measures Wundini Ghana Limited.
Yes, honorable member. Any other supplementary?
Speaker, I will consult the minister after here. I was specifically on Akontombra at DSO Road, but I will consult him right after here. Thank you very much.
So, honorable member, my question to you is, do you have any further supplementary?
No.
Yes, no.
I don't have any supplementary
Thank
question.
you
Thank you
very much. Honorable members, let's move to question number 116. Yes, Majority Leader.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to crave your indulgence and the indulgence of the House for us to vary the order of business and take a quick break, a short break from question time, and allow the Minister for Communication and Digitalization to come and then make an urgent statement on government policy and address some very, very pertinent matter, after which we will continue with question time. Mr. Speaker, I believe what he is going to say will be useful to all of us, and especially address a concern that has just been brought to my attention. So I plead with my colleagues on the other side to let us have this variation of the order of business.
Yes, Minority Chief Whip. That is the application. What do you have to say?
Speaker, as we've often disagreed to agree, we will not disagree or object to this call. However, I'm just wondering, the road minister is in the mood to answer questions, and he's flying high, answering his question. Even though my road is not done, I see him, he's making preparations to do other roads. And you want to curtail the man whilst he's flying high. I don't get it. Whatever my colleague, my friend, George wants to, I don't know if anything. It can wait. As he should let the road minister exhaust what he's doing, and then we can revert to Honorable Sam George. And besides the point, he just walked into the chamber. The road minister has been here all day. The road minister has been here all day. Honorable Sam George just walked into the chamber, and he wants his business prioritized. Next time, come to the chamber early. Having said that, Speaker, I will yield to the call. I will yield.
Honourable members, accordingly, the order of business is varied. Opportunity is hereby given to the minister responsible for communication and digitalization. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, FM radio broadcasting remains the most widespread and accessible medium of mass communication in Ghana. For many, especially in rural areas, radio broadcasting is more than a source of information and entertainment. It's a trusted lifeline for civic engagement, public awareness, including national emergency alerts and national dialogue. It connects people to the government, the economy, and each other, often in real times. Mr. Speaker, under Ghanaian law, any entity seeking to establish and operate an FM radio station must first obtain a frequency authorization from the National Communications Authority, the NCA. Per Regulation 54 of the Electronic Communications Regulation 2011 LI 1991, the authorized entity is required to construct and operationalize the station within 2 years of receiving the authorization. Before any station is permitted to go live, the station must invite the NCA to inspect the construction and installation of the station to certify that the station conforms to the standards established by the NCA for radio broadcasting in Ghana. It is upon the grant of the test transmission authorization or a certificate of compliance that the station can commence operation. This process, Mr. Speaker, is not optional. It is the legal foundation for ensuring that our national spectrum is used responsibly, professionally, and in the public interest. Mr. Speaker, the term of an FM radio broadcasting authorization is 5 years. Under Regulation 56 of the ECR 2011, a renewal application must be submitted to the NCA at least 3 months, 90 days before the expiration of the existing authorization. Failure to comply with this 90-day prior timeline results in the application or any new application being treated as a new application before the NCA. In fact, the Electronic Communications Tribunal, chaired by Justice Dateba, affirmed this position in the case of the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association versus the NCA Appeal Number ECT/APP/002/2017. Mr. Speaker, on 12 February 2025, shortly after I assumed office as the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovation, I issued a directive to the NCA to produce a complete listing of frequency authorizations granted or renewed within the preceding 60 days. The objective of the audit was to produce an accurate and up-to-date inventory of all assigned, unassigned, and unauthorized frequency holdings in Ghana. It sought to identify cases of spectrum hoarding, detect underutilized frequency bands, and strengthen enforcement action against entities operating outside the law. Mr. Speaker, alarming revelations unearthed by the initial exercise necessitated me to expand this directive to a nationwide forensic audit of all FM broadcasting authorizations aimed at discharging our sacred duty to manage state assets with integrity. This is part of our Operation Recover All Loot initiative, ORAL. Mr. Speaker, the NCA's audit showed several cases of non-compliance with the regulation and conditions of broadcasting authorization. The preliminary audit revealed over 600 active radio stations with frequencies, many of which were inactive, expired, or improperly renewed. Mr. Speaker, as of this morning, the NCA has commenced phase 2 of our regulatory enforcement following the broadcasting regulation frequency audit. This phase targets several categories of non-compliant FM stations whose operations contravene existing laws and regulations and includes the following. Group 1, 28 FM radio stations who are currently operating with expired authorizations. Despite the NCA instructing these stations to cease operations in 2024, several of these stations have continued broadcasting unlawfully. These actions constitute a violation of Section 2.4 of the Electronic Communications Act 2008. Group 2, 14 FM stations, which were issued notices of revocation for failure to establish operations within the required 2-year period following the grant of their authorizations. These stations later requested technical inspections but have not completed the process and have continued to broadcast in violation of Regulation 54 of the Electronic Communications Regulation LI 1991. Group 3, 13 FM stations which applied for authorization to continue operating and have been issued provisional authorization but have not settled the provisional authorization fees in full. Mr. Speaker, without payment of these fees, their authorizations are invalid and their broadcast is a violation of Section 2.4 of Act 775. The last group of stations that we took action on this morning are 7 FM stations who have paid their provisional authorization fees but have not yet received final authorization in fulfillment of the technical and regulatory requirements under Regulation 54 of LI 1911. Mr. Speaker, spectrum is a finite and highly valuable national resource. It is a public good held in trust for the people of Ghana. Those granted access must therefore comply strictly with all applicable legislations. Mr. Speaker, a few minutes ago, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President, directed that the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation work with the regulator, the NCA, to allow all the affected radio stations some additional time to correct the identified breaches within a defined time frame. Those who fail to do so shall have their authorizations formally revoked under the law. In line with this directive from His Excellency the President, the Ministry and the NCA have granted a further 30-day grace period to all defaulting entities. Mr. Speaker, this is not the same as the arbitrary revocations and hefty fines imposed under the previous administration. As the current government, the Ministry has also been instructed to waive all the applicable fines that should have been applied to the defaulting entities. Mr. Speaker, since morning, I have received calls from colleagues on both sides of the aisle, notifying me that some interests they may hold have been affected by the ongoing exercise. Dear honorable colleagues, we passed the laws and have a high bar set for ourselves as honorable members of this august house. We need to lead the way with exemplary conduct. As a ministry and regulator, we are status agnostic and will be fair to everyone irrespective of ethnic, religious, political, or social affiliation. Mr. Speaker, let me, just for the records, name the stations that have been affected. Table 1, FM stations that have been issued expiry of authorization letters for failure to apply for renewal. Number 1, Life World Broadcast Limited, operating in Ofinso on 94.3 FM. 2, Akpini Communication Limited, operating in Pando on 96.7 FM. 3, Victory FM in Aflao, operating on 96.1 FM. 4, Oracle Multimedia, operating in Nadoli on 88.5 FM. 5, Jewel Group Limited in Duaria Kwanta, operating on 102.7. 6, Bolton Portfolio Limited, operating in Nkoko on 96.9 FM. 7, the Ghana Institute of Journalism, operating in Accra on 97.7 FM. 8, Obrempong FM, operating in Agona Swedru on 91.7 FM. 9, KD Community Multimedia, operating in Kede on 92.5 FM. 10, Skoja Limited, operating in Joje on 94.5 FM. 11, Press Express Limited, also known as Daily Guide, operating in Accra on 91.5 FM. Obra FM Limited, operating in Takrady on 89.3 FM. Unity Broadcasting Limited, operating in Impoho, 88.7 FM. Jimas FM Limited, operating in Yeji, 102.3 FM. Kantanka Media Limited, operating in Cape Coast, 92.1 FM. Bewa Radio, operating in Yendi, 106.5 FM. Unique Gateway Communication Limited, operating in Nkoko, 105.7 FM. Ken International Company Limited, operating in Achim Swedru, 89.1 FM. Dreams Ghana Media, operating in New Abrim, 104.9 FM. Velvet Beam Foundation, operating in Asankregwa, 92.9 FM. Magic Group Company, operating in Salaga, 101.9 FM. Don Plus Multimedia, operating in Ho, 105.9 FM. Testlight Company Limited, operating in Wa, 96.7 FM. Global Media, Tepa 97.3 FM, IMAX Media, Tamale 104.3 FM, Limanya Radio, Wa 95.7 FM, Pandai Star Radio, operating in Pandai 107.3 FM, Ebiamo FM, operating in Jomoro on 100.5 FM. They've all been shut down. Table 2, FM stations that were issued revocation notices. Act Forum Ghana Limited, operating in Akpafumimpiasem 88.1 FM. Chinias Empire Limited, operating in Tumu 96.3 FM. Confidence Commodities, operating in Swaman Dadieso 90.7. F5 Eagles Company, operating in Ajuafua 93.7. NEAT FM Limited, operating in Tamale 105.3 FM. Primary Stars Limited, operating in Banda 102.5 FM. Subampa Community Radio in Barakesi 96.7 FM. Wasaman FM in Atieku on 101.9 FM. Mr. Speaker, number 9, Woon to Me Multimedia Company Limited. Woon to Me Multimedia Company Limited, operating in Takrady on 101.3 FM. Number 10, Woon to Me Multimedia Company Limited, operating in Accra on 95.9 FM. Jimbali Community Association in Jimbali 95.9. Kingdom Dynamic Kukrantumi 93.3. Pro Royal Investment in Tepa 94.7. And Resurrection Television in Takrady 99.3. Table 3, Siadarak Enterprise in Edukrom 95.5. Bangu Company Tamale 97.3. Jam Multimedia in Kintampo 101.3. Chameleon Communication in Wa 91.1. Chaka Multimedia in Jasikan 88.7. Clickshot Multimedia in Shama 89.9. Free Minds in Tema 104.5. Gemsak Media Network in Nswatre 103.3. Mediacast Limited in Kumasi 102.5. Mobile Zone in Bolgatanga 94.3. Ultimate Multimedia in Tamale on 107.1. West FM in Ho on 97.5. Western Salam Company Limited in Takrady 89.7. And Mr. Speaker, the final table, 7 stations. Asasi Broadcasting Company Limited in Accra on 99.5 FM. Dynamic Chapters Limited in Wenchi on 95.7. Global Media Alliance in Accra on 98.9. God Steve Media Association in Atimpoku on 87.7. Rejoice FM in Mim on 101.7. Sankofa in Takrady on 98.7. And Sweet FM in Chifopraso on 106.5. Mr. Speaker, our goal is not punishment, but accountability, order, and the responsible stewardship of a public critical resource. This is not routine housekeeping. This is a declaration against impunity, abuse, and inertia. The airwaves do not belong to the powerful and connected. They belong to the public, and we are duty-bound to govern them transparently and effectively. Our fight is not against free speech. It is against lawlessness, asset misappropriation, and regulatory defiance. I remain committed to reclaiming what rightfully belongs to the Ghanaian people and laying the foundations for a fair, modern, and technologically equipped broadcasting sector. Once again, Mr. Speaker, due to the clemency His Excellency the President has asked for, there is 30 days from today for all defaulting media houses to rectify their default and breaches. And Mr. Speaker, the ministry has shown that we are willing to reinstate. Earlier this year, we shut down 6 media houses who have all rectified their breaches and they have been reinstated. We urge the defaulting media houses to take advantage of the President's clemency for 30 days. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that is the statement from the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digitalization. It is now. We now welcome comment from honorable members.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the majority leader should be the one to announce it. We've agreed 3-3 because we have the Honorable Afriye's statement and other questions.
Today we have a lot of statements
Yes,
actually.
sure.
So is
That's
the
correct. So
3-3
we just
going to
taking 3-3.
include the leadership?
Yes, it is so. Yes, it is so.
Very well. So it is 2-2 then leadership. Thank you very much. Honourable members, it is now for your comment on the statement made by the minister. Honourable members, let's proceed to comment on the statement guided by Standing Order 91. Honourable members, the floor is now yours. Yes, honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. It's true that the media is the fourth estate of the realm. And then within our democratic dispensation, Mr. Speaker, we know the role the media has played and continues to play in entrenching multi-party democracy, in entrenching democracy in our country. Mr. Speaker, if I listen to the minister, I got the impression that we are about to monetize free speech in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in our communities, Mr. Speaker, in our communities, we all represent constituencies as we sit here. And we know the roles these community radio stations play. So even if you talk about commercial radio stations and TV stations, I wouldn't bother too much. But what about the community radio stations? You've listed about 62 radio stations and radio and TV stations. Most of them are community radio stations. If you stop them from broadcasting, how do we communicate to our communities in Ghana? Mr. Speaker, the 1992 Constitution did introduce freedom of speech and then expression, including that of the media. This minister, this honorable minister, when he was at the opposite side, was the #1 person who went all over the place complaining about the decisions that were taken against some of these same radio stations and TV stations that flouted the law. Now what has changed? Mr. Speaker, what has changed? If you plan to give these radio stations clemency, as is rightly said, then why do you go ahead to issue a statement saying that you are banning these radio stations, then within 3 minutes, you do a 360 to say that you are now giving them clemency and that you're giving them a grace period? Mr. Speaker, these are settings. We think that the decision is arbitrary. There was no need for the initial statement to ban these radio stations. You could as well have gone round or spoken to these radio stations, issue a statement, giving them this same clemency or this same pardon that you are giving them. Give them some time to fulfill all the infractions or fulfill all their the payments they are supposed to, the payments that they are supposed to make, if indeed they owe. Mr. Speaker, I'll end by saying that from our side, we think that this decision was not taken with the right mind. We think that it was targeted at some political party people who own radio stations. And we think that it's good that the good people of this country will rise up against this decision. We shouldn't allow political parties, we shouldn't allow the NDC, we shouldn't allow the minister to use his powers to arbitrarily ban radio stations. Mr. Speaker, I end by urging all of us to stand up against this medium terrorism. I'm grateful.
Honorable member, if you say a decision is not taken with the right mind, is that not violating our rules? I will urge upon you to do the needful and then let's make progress.
Mr. Speaker, if I say that the decision was not taken with the right mind, I am saying that the intention,
Honorable member,
intention,
with all due respect, I am just drawing your attention to it and asking you to do the needful.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm not to argue with you.
I withdraw and then I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you, honorable member. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I humbly commend the minister for this move that has been made, and also, Mr. Speaker, to show our deepest appreciation to the President of the Republic of Ghana for showing fatherly love to those radio stations and the media houses. Mr. Speaker, it is established that in every society where law does not reign, we are put in the state of anarchy. We are put in the Hobbesian state where life is nasty, where life is short, and where life is brutish. Mr. Speaker, insofar as we need to sanitize our system, we need to ensure that pragmatism, meritocracy, and honesty reigns. And this is what our minister is doing. We cannot allow impudence. We cannot allow people to do whatever they like. I heard my brother saying that it is targeted at some people and it is local radio stations. Should we allow, because we want radio stations, local radio stations to go on, should we allow people to live as they want? No, we are in a civilized society, and that civilized society must be governed by rules. This civilized society must have leadership, and leadership must show tenacity. Leadership must show that we have leaders. So I want to encourage him. I want to tell the minister that he is on the right course. Ghana is behind him. All of us are behind him. We should ensure that our society, our airwaves is cleared. We should ensure that our airwaves are sanitized. We should ensure that nobody hides behind anything, behind any authority or whatever, to do whatever they like. Mr. Minister, you are encouraged. Go forward, go ahead, and we are all behind you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Matthew Nyindam.
What is your problem? Who is a victim? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me also comment on the minister's statements. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure in this house we all agree that without the media, whatever we do here will be in darkness. And we all agree and we prefer that ugly noises in this country is better than culture of silence. And for that matter, the role of the media cannot be underestimated. Mr. Speaker, I agree that when we pass laws, we must obey the laws. But sometimes also try to see how our laws operate, in the sense that the closure of media houses is not starting today. My minister from the other side has been complaining when he was in opposition. Anytime laws are implemented,
and some media houses have to be closed down, he will speak vehemently that we should allow the media because the media cannot be shut down. So he should think about it today. But Mr. Speaker, in his statement, he said some media houses have paid, about 7 media houses have paid up their dues. So I don't see why somebody will pay his dues and the authority mandated not doing their work, and you put them as part of the group that you want to sanction.
Why?
Why will you do that?
Tell me why.
Mr. Speaker, it also interests me a lot, and all of us must be concerned. I have not seen in the law anywhere that if sanctions are taken, it is the responsibility of the president to give them pardon. I haven't seen that. But interesting, NCA issued a statement today, and in less than 3-4 hours, the president just comes in to give clemency. Mr. Speaker, don't you see something fishy inside there? Don't you suspect some fishy inside there? Mr. Speaker, there is some kind of fishy deals in it. Because it's not even 1 day, it's not even 48 hours.
When did you report to the
Mr. Speaker, we all want to agree, and we all want to say that we should look at our laws again, because it should not be in our it will not be in our interest as a nation that our laws that will promote freedom of speech, individuals or media houses will be struggling to renew their licenses. It means that the minister must look at our laws very well. We must deal with NCA to make it in such a way that some of these things don't reoccur. It should be very liberal. And most of these stations we are talking about are community radio stations. Community radio stations. These are not commercial radio stations that are making profit. They are there to inform, to educate, and to entertain. So I will appeal to Minister that fine, it is good that the president has set in, and he's talking about just 30 days. Mr. Speaker, some radio stations are not able to renew for the whole year, and today you are giving them just 30 days. I think that is not enough. 30 days is not enough. And the minister must look at it again, and I sincerely believe that as a nation, we should fight to promote media freedom. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Thank you. Honourable members, before taking a further comment, permit me to acknowledge the presence of our student visitors in the House. Brema Esikuma Senior High School. Their leader is Mr. Francis Azuma, a teacher. They are from Esikuma, Odoben, Brakwa. They numbered 80. God's Time Preparatory School, led by Mr. Adoben Kinsley, proprietor of the school. They are from Chufo Ati Mokwa. We have Lotus Field International School, led by Mr. Joseph Edwin, headmaster. They are from Amasama, they numbered 46. We also have Atlantic Bridge Initiative from Mission Resources Network, USA, in our midst. Their leader is Honorable Dr. Augustine Tevia, former Member of Parliament for Bia West. They are 6 in number. Honourable members, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I wish our visitors fruitful visit to the House. Once again, you are welcome. Yes, we have exhausted the 2. Well, before coming to leadership, yes, minority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, first let me thank the Honorable Minister for making this statement on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, I paid attention to the statement by the Minister. I heard him talk about regulation. Hearing him on regulation, I looked for my constitution and turned to Article 11 of the Constitution, which guided me on the hierarchy of our laws. It's clear to me from the reading of Article 11 that the regulations he referred to cannot stand in the way of the Constitution. If you read chapter 12 of the Constitution, in particular Article 162, Mr. Speaker, let me take your leave to read. Freedom and independence of the media are hereby guaranteed. Subject to this Constitution and any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, there shall be no censorship in Ghana. 3, there shall be no impediment to the establishment of private press or media. And in particular, there shall be no law requiring any person to obtain a license as a prerequisite to the establishment or operation of a newspaper, journal, or other media for mass communication or information. Mr. Speaker, 4, editors and publishers of newspapers and other institutions of the mass media shall not be subject to control or interference by government, nor shall they be penalized or harassed for their editorial opinions and views or the content of their publications. 5, all agencies of the mass media shall, at all times, be free to uphold the principles, provisions, and objectives of this Constitution, and shall uphold the responsibility and accountability of government to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, lastly, on 162, that's 1626, any medium for the dissemination of information to the public which publishes a statement about or against any person shall be obliged to publish a rejoinder, or a rejoinder, if any, from the person in respect of whom the publication was made. So, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides a comprehensive guide on the operations of the media space in Ghana. Let me rely on the views expressed by the Honorable Sam George, MP for Ningo Pampram, in the 8th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, he spoke strongly against ministerial action in respect of such defaults. He was against any form of penalty. And Mr. Speaker, in his argument, he relied heavily on the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I adopt those views as though they were mine, to the extent that the Constitution makes certain broader provisions. And this is not to suggest that I am against the subsidiary laws enacted for the purposes of regulating these media houses as part of the checks and balances that are required or needed in every democracy. Mr. Speaker, democracy must be guided for the good of democracy itself. So I agree. But Mr. Speaker, in a situation where it becomes obvious that in the exercise of such discretion, there is a clear breach of Article 296, as my respected colleague, the former ambassador to South Africa and MP for Abrim just said, the intent must be looked at. And clearly, it comes without doubt that Article 296 has some questions for NCA and the ministry to answer. What we are seeing in respect of the statement from the presidency later this afternoon, a supposed clemency. Mr. Speaker, these are things that are done for the optics when the political system sees that there's a backlash. It is a very rich statement, very rich. And we take this supposed clemency with a pinch of salt. Mr. Speaker, we take this with a pinch of salt. That the NCA, together with the ministry, have embarked on a certain path, and now Mr. President, exercising his supervisory mandate, is now telling them that don't do it. Couldn't this have been discussed in-house prior to this decision? Well, Mr. Speaker, we have been in government before, so we can understand the situation the government finds itself. Mr. Speaker, I have heard certain views being expressed to the effect that, oh, yesterday we heard of similar actions by the executive. I recall that as a member of the appointment committee, the issue of the closure of some radio stations became a critical matter for us to even discuss at the appointment committee. And our friends opposite were very, very firm in their conviction. And I shared those sentiments with them. Granted that something happened yesterday which was not good for our country. Do we have to repeat them? No. Since 1993, no one here can tell me that our democratic journey has been static. It's been very dynamic, it's been fluid. Things are done and improved upon. So in this reset regime, we expect better. No, Mr. Speaker, you do not break it and pretend to be fixing it when it's not broken. You broke it. So if you are fixing, then you say we should commend you, we should be happy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, clemency is a belated thing. It's because of the public backlash. I would want the NCA and the ministry to be strongly guided by Article 296 of the 1992 Constitution. A regulation cannot overreach and override an express constitutional provision. In the list, the regulation is to guide, but not to impede and stampede the process. What happened today, where Asasi Radio was shut down, wound to me. FM was denied the opportunity to broadcast. Happy FM denying the opportunity to broadcast. Mr. Speaker, must not ever happen again. Because, Mr. Speaker, when same happened yesterday, it received that criticism. Mr. Speaker, I have with me, most respectfully, the Hansard of this House, October 19, 2017, column 998. Mr. Speaker, the work of a member of parliament is to make his advocacy and rely on records and rely on facts, rely on a reliable research team. And I cannot be making lame arguments here. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sam George, at column 998, had this to say. I put it on record that the NCA failed to come before this August House in 2015 to approve their schedule of penalties, and that the schedule of penalties as used by the NCA in imposing this charge did not come before this August House of Parliament. As such, NCA is carrying out and perpetrating an illegality which this House must stop because we are vested with upholding the 1992 Constitution. And I agree with Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, order.
Mr. Speaker, this was the respected colleague who was inviting us to uphold the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the gravamen of this submission was to the effect that the administrative body with regulatory powers was required by law to comply with certain provisions of the Constitution. And that is why he relied on the veritable words, we are vested with upholding the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, when authority is given by the Constitution, the same Constitution imposes an obligation on that authority. And I have said earlier that that limitation is clearly defined by Article 296. So clearly, I am saying that the respected Honorable Minister must not change his principles by virtue of his new position of honor. He fundamentally agrees that we must uphold the Constitution. And at the risk of being repetitive, the provisions in Article 162, as relied on supra, require of us not to impose any impediment. So if the regulation would impede press freedom, our duty as a house, as Honorable Sam George invited us to do, is to uphold the Constitution. It's our duty bona fide. So, Mr. Speaker, let's not justify in any way this attitude of shut down. If yesterday we were loud on the rooftops that it is not good to suspend or shut down, then today let us maintain the same principle and say that we would rather have an administrative engagement. Why should Asase Radio be denied the opportunity to broadcast? Why? Why will Wontumi be denied opportunity? Why is Wontumi suffering? Why is Wontumi suffering? Why is Wontumi suffering? What has Wontumi done? What at all has Wontumi done? Mr. Speaker, if we say we want to perfect our democracy, then we must be seen to be walking that talk towards perfecting our democracy. This business of it happened yesterday, so we must continue this vicious cycle. Mr. Speaker, it won't help any of us. Today, I will repeat what I've been saying since 7 January 2025, that this power of 187 is not permanent. We have seen 169 before, and we saw 137, 137. So let us all be guided and know that the power immediately you are given is like an ice block. It begins to melt. We should be guided so that when the power comes to us, we will remember to put in certain blocks that one day we will use it for equity in times of need. But if you have a member for Kwesi Mintim who now says in his submission that he is applauding the harsh measures, the punitive actions of a regulatory authority, which is contrary to constitution. If a lawyer from Kwesi Mintim and a member of this house argues that he finds no problem with an administrative authority vested with regulatory powers exceeding its mandate, let me, Mr. Speaker, as for Hansard,
Honorable Minority
it would
Leader.
always be a great
Honorable Minority
witness.
Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Please operate within Order 91.4.
Very well.
So,
Mr. Speaker, all that we are saying today will be referred to tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, so I would want to encourage Honorable Sector Minister to rather deepen the engagement process as directed by the President. Some of these belated actions for the purpose of optics will not help the cause of democracy. Stay away from the punitive actions. Stay away from this excuse of you need to enforce a regulation, especially when in enforcing the regulation, you may be slipping out of the confines of the Constitution. We as the minority here will always move with full force to support all those who will be at the receiving end of any form of injustice. Mr. Speaker, without more, I shall resume my seat and listen to the majority leader to have his take on this matter. Thank you so much.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Like I indicated earlier in the day, we have about 30 questions scheduled to be asked of ministers. And the ministers are all here, from the Ministry of Finance, Health, Youth Empowerment, Roads. They're all here to answer questions that we have asked. And so, Mr. Speaker, I won't spend that much time, except to just say that I have cited a correspondence, a letter written in 2022 and 2023, and I just think that it will be useful to close this matter by just reading those letters. Mr. Speaker, on the 22nd of February 2023, there was a letter addressed to the Managing Director, Wuntumi Multimedia Company Limited, Kumasi. Dear Sir, violation of conditions of authorization. We refer to the inspection conducted at the FM broadcasting premises of Wuntumi Multimedia Company Limited at Kokomlemle, Accra, in the Greater Accra region on 14th of June 2022. The inspection revealed the following lapses in the setup and operations of Wuntumi Multimedia Company Limited. 1. The station's transmission system was located at Accra Newtown instead of Ajangote, or within a 5-kilometer radius from Ajangote, as required by condition 3 of your authorization dated 26 October 2021. This is causing interference to stations using neighboring frequencies. 2. There was no fire certificate from the Ghana National Fire Service. No fire certificate. 3. There was no permit from the Environmental Protection Agency approving the installation of the mast. Wuntumi Multimedia Company Limited is hereby directed to rectify the above anomalies within 90 days from the date of this letter, that is by 21st May 2023, and invite the National Communication Authority for a second inspection. Please be informed that the cost of the second inspection amounts to 2,000 Ghana cedis and shall be borne by the Wuntumi Multimedia Company. Please take note that the issuance of a test transmission authorization for Wuntumi Multimedia Company Limited to commence operating its FM broadcasting station in Accra is pending compliance with the above directives. Yours faithfully, signed, Director General Joe Anochi. That is the first one. I have a second one, signed also by the same Director General Joe Anochi to the same company, the Managing Director, Wuntumi Multimedia Company Limited, also on 21st December 2022, also titled Violation of Conditions of Authorization. Same conditions, transmission challenges, no fire certificate, no permit, repeated, and signed again by the same Director General, Joe Anochi. Mr. Speaker, you see, when you take a license and the license stipulates conditions, please endeavor to comply with the conditions of the license. It is as simple as that. It is a national asset and the frequency has been allocated to you, subject to payment of certain license fees, please pay your license fees. I don't think any of us is interested in waking up in the morning, tuning into a radio to hear what is happening before you even step out of your house, only to be told that the radio station has been put off. So we don't want that. But please endeavor to comply with the conditions under which you have been licensed to operate. So that is all that I will say. And also to emphasize that I have looked at the laws under which the minister has issued the suspension directives. Mr. Speaker, there are two laws, basically, and regulations that govern. The National Communication Authority Act 2008. National Communication Authority Act 2008. And the Electronic Communication Act 2008. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, in 2008, who was in power? In 2008, who was in power? Who was in power? Which political party was in power? Which political party? The NPP. The NPP. The NPP was in power in 2008. And the laws that govern electronic communication and the National Communication Authority, which define the obligations of license owners, were passed by the NPP. So I am surprised that today, the leader of the minority, an MPP leader of the minority, and a lawyer for that matter, will stand in this chamber and say that it is unconstitutional and a violation of the Constitution for laws to be passed governing the management of frequencies. And yet, it was your party and your government in 2008 that enacted those legislation through this parliament. So I think that when you urge others to be consistent, you must also be consistent yourself. So if you say Sam George has to be consistent, I also want you to also be consistent. Be consistent with the position of your party on the management of frequencies. And as for His Excellency the President, I am surprised that you will say that he is being magnanimous because of public backlash. When did the suspensions take place? And when did that public backlash occur that I sitting here haven't heard? When did that public backlash occur? The suspension occurred at what time of the day? At 10 a.m. this morning. And the clemency came at 12. Within 2 hours, who could have exercised such public backlash that His Excellency the President will be magnanimous to the extent that he is being? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, yes, we are representatives of the people, but first and foremost, if we sit in this house and laws are being violated and ministers are taking steps to enforce those laws, and we stand in this house and attempt to condemn those ministers, then we might as well stop coming here. Because we are not here to make laws that should not be enforced. So when ministers are enforcing the laws, we should be the first to be commending them. I remember saying this about this same minister the last time he tried to enforce the law, and some members stood in this house and made statements that seemed to undermine efforts to enforce the law. This is the last thing that should be happening in this country, in this house, that we have enacted a law and a minister is enforcing the law, and we will stand in this chamber and try to take the minister on for enforcing the law. Please, let's stop it. Otherwise, there's no use being in this house. Mr. Speaker, on those very few words, I think that I commend the minister. We thank the President for his decision to direct the minister to suspend his actions. But the minister has given a timeline, and I think that all of us should be urging the media stations, the radio stations, the media houses to try and comply with the law. When it is genuinely difficult to comply with the law, I'm sure the minister will know. When you actually make an effort, the minister will know. And the minister will not arbitrarily just shut down or suspend a radio station when there is clear evidence that the radio station is making effort to comply with the law. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, we thank the minister for coming to make such an important, urgent statement on a matter of government policy. And I think that we can continue with the next stage in the business of the House.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of cooperation, as we obliged our respected leader, I want to plead with you that since Majority Leader is done, if we can take the statement by Honorable Ayo. However, just a second. However, I've received communication through the table office, the pleasure of the chair. So I will yield to that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Minister for Communication. Please be brief.
Yes.
Your closing remarks.
I just want to say thank you to the House for the comments. We are guided by the clemency His Excellency has asked us to embark on. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Majority Leader as well for reading the letter. Mr. Speaker, the NC and the Ministry were only enforcing letters and directives that were given in 2022 and 2023. We have written several letters. And so the President, as a good, caring father, and I can appreciate the difficulty in appreciating a good and caring father. If you don't have a good and caring father, you can't appreciate a good and caring father. But because Father's Day is coming on Sunday, President Mahama, as a good father, has directed a 30 days clemency. I would urge all media houses that are affected to take advantage of this Father's Day gift from His Excellency the President and remedy their breaches. Mr. Speaker, they should do the needful. But just so that this House is a house of records, Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader asks questions, why do you take Asase off? I think he should go and read the Facebook page of Mr. Gabriel Tredako, who admits that the General Manager of Asase FM has told him that they failed to do their renewal, which was due in October, and they only did it in December. Mr. Speaker, the law is the law. The law is the law. I thank you.
Honorable members, let's make progress. Honorable members, let's move to question numbered 116, standing in the name of Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu, Member of Parliament for Medina. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the steps being taken to complete the Inner Roads project in Medina started under the previous administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. The La Quantanan Medina municipality is one of the 29 assemblies in the Greater Accra region. Current program, the Department of Urban Road awarded 19 maintenance projects within the La Quantanan Medina municipality. The projects are located within the suburbs of Abokobi, Teiman, Powerland, Oyarifa, Ghana Flag, Special Ice, Gravel Pit, High Tension, Medina Pantan, La Quantanan, Chief Palace, Medina Estate, Tatana, Nkwantanam, Melcom, Commandos, SDA, Ablo, Oyarifa, Police Quarters, and Pantang Village. 2 of these projects have been substantially completed. 3 are ongoing and the contractors are on site. 14 have stalled, out of which 8 have been recommended for termination. The Department of Urban Road is engaging the remaining contractors to return to site to complete outstanding works.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker, only to commend the Minister for this very important information, especially the fact that efforts are being made to complete these outstanding roads. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We then move to question numbered 122, standing in the name of Honorable Frederick Addy,
Member of Parliament for Suaman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I please seek your leave on corrections being made here. They wrote Joabo instead of Joaboso. So I just want the correction to be made before I start with my question. They wrote Joabo instead of Joaboso to the DSO road.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways what immediate steps the ministry is taking to rehabilitate the following deplorable roads in the Suaman constituency. The Joabosu to Dadiesu Road, Akontomra to Dadiesu Road, Suaboy Adiepena Road, Antuchrome and Kwasu to Dadiesu Road, given the severe challenges they pose to transportation and economic activities in the area.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, which of the questions is the colleague asking?
Honourable, the question is 122. Question
122.
numbered 122.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Joaboso Dadieso Road has a total length of 51 kilometers, 21 kilometers from Joaboso to Amweja, and 15 kilometers from Kalo to Dadieso, and it's a surface-dressed road. The remaining 16-kilometer section between Kalo and Amweja is gravel surface. Current program, Mr. Speaker. The project was awarded under the contract titled Rehabilitation of Joaboso Dadieso Road, kilometer 0 to 39. The contract commenced on the 15th of January 2021 for completion on the 20th of June 2023. The contractor is currently on site and work is progressing steadily. The contractor has so far achieved 53% of physical progress. Akontombra to Dadieso Road, background. This road is 22.3 kilometers and in the Akontombra district, and Akontombra in Suaman district in the Western North region. Part of this road joins National Route N12 at Bokaso and connects Akontombra to Dadieso in Kalo. Current program, Mr. Speaker, there's a contract on this titled Construction of Dadieso Akontombra Road, kilometer 4 to 26.3, and Awaso Asowinso Junction under the funding from Cocoa Board. The contract commenced on the 17th of November 2021 to be completed in November 2022. Current physical completion is 20%. Mr. Speaker, Sulabo to Adepena Road. Mr. Speaker, this also is in the Western North region of our country. Current program is under contract with the title Sport Improvement of Adepena to Akosekrom Feeder Road. The contract was awarded on the 30th of November 2020 for completion by 17th February 2022. Progress of work is estimated at 39.34%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled. Efforts are being made to get the contractor back to site to complete the outstanding works. Antokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, there is no program on this road. Future program. The Department of Feeder Road will undertake engineering studies on the road and submit estimates for by the third quarter of 2025. Kwaso to Adeso Road. Mr. Speaker, there is no program on this road, and the future program is for engineering studies to be carried out this year for consideration in the 2026 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister made us aware, Kwasu to Dadiesu Road, there's no contractor on it. But that very road has been a major road linking Adiepena, Suaboy, and Tukrum, and then Kwabranate. There's no other road that one you are coming
member be guided by order 88.
I want to find out from the minister, is there any means or any remedy that would be helpful for those people from those areas to access that issue? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. I know the area and that road is not in the best of shapes. In the interval, we are about to start the annual maintenance program, and we'll consider that for remedial activities as we get the appropriate intervention that would, in the long term, address the issue of the condition of the road between those two communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you made mention of Jaboso Dadiesu Road. There is a particular kilometer of road, about 5 kilometers of road, ever since the contractor came on site. That very place has not been attended to. From Suano to Kalo, the contractor has not attended to that place.
Honorable member, why are you not taking a guide?
Okay.
You are not supposed to address the house. You are supposed to question.
Okay.
So please, kindly ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, may I know if that part was part of the contract issued to the contractor? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, in my answer, I suggested that Jaboso to Dadieso, the one under contract is from kilometer 0 to 39. So I'm not sure whether the 5 kilometers you talked about is within this or outside of this section. But of course, you have already said that there's no work ongoing. So it doesn't really matter whether it's within the contracted area or outside of it. What matters is that we need to program to get it addressed, whether under this program or in future program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last supplementary question, if any.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you,
Honourable Member, we then proceed to question number 137 in the name of Nana Ampao Kwame Ado Frimpong, Ebuakwa North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the measures the ministry is putting together to avoid road accidents, specifically at the Koforidia, Bunsu, and the Kukurentumi New Tafo intersection.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Koforidia, Bunso, and Kukurantumi Tafo roads are vital transportation links in the eastern region. Current program. Ghana Highway Authority has awarded the improvement of the intersection under the project titled Addendum 1, Rehabilitation of New Tafo Town Roads, Kukurantumi Town Roads, 15.42 kilometers, Edukrom, Ebre Road, 5.5 kilometers, and Edukrom Town Road, 4.31 kilometers, and others, 4.73 kilometers. Works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Efforts are being made to get the contractor to remobilize to site and complete outstanding works.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
yes,
you, Mr.
Member. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the improvements include traffic signal at the intersection? Will the improvements include traffic signal at the intersection?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have the full scope of works in front of me currently, but I'm sure the agencies would have carried out some work before putting it together. So if we don't have traffic signaling as part of it, we shall make sure that is added to the scope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member, any other supplementary question? Honourable Members, in the absence of other supplementary question, let's move to question numbered 138. Standing in the name of same Nana Kwame Ado Frimpong.
Thank you very much once again, Mr. Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the following roads will be completed in the Buakwa North Municipality. 1, Aginasin to Old Tafo. 2, Kukurentumi Township. And the last one, New Tafo Township. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Enginasun Old Tafo Feeder Road is a 6.6 kilometer long road. It is located in the Buakwa North Municipality of the Eastern Region. It is a road with gravel surface and it is in very poor condition, Mr. Speaker. There's no program on this road currently, future program. Engineering design studies will be carried out in the third quarter of 2025 for upgrading. The execution of the works itself would be considered under the 2026 budget, depending on the availability of funds. Kukurantumi Township and New Tafo Township. Background, these towns are located in the Ebuakwa North Municipality of the Eastern Region, Mr. Speaker. Current program, the road network within the aforementioned municipalities is currently undergoing major road construction. The current stage of works is at the base level, Mr. Speaker. The road has been awarded under the contract titled Addendum Number 1, Rehabilitation of New Tafo Town Road, Kukurantumi Town Road, Edukrom Ebre Road, and Edukrom Town Road, all to be funded under the Consolidated Fund of the Republic of Ghana. The project was awarded on the 27th of January 2023. The contract commenced on the 13th of July 2023 for completion by 12th January 2026. The project is at 52.02% physical completion. The contractor is currently suspended works due to delay in payment for works done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On this note, honourable members, may I use the opportunity to thank the Minister responsible for roads and highways for attending upon the House and providing answers to all the questions asked and selected for today. Honourable Minister, you are hereby discharged. Yes, any indication?
Speaker, we have the Minister for Youth Development, Health, Government Minister for Government responsible for Government Communications, as well as Finance. All have their questions lined up.
Very well. Honourable members, it appears all the ministers selected to respond to questions for today are all in the House. Now let me hear Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would always want to go by a gentleman's agreement. Mr. Speaker, the understanding was that we'll finish this, take Honorable Ayew Freye's statement, take limited comments, so that we come back to this. Mr. Speaker, it was yesterday that we were to do this statement, and then the understanding of that was that we'll do it today. When the majority leader made his application for us to vary, the understanding was that we're going to take his statement, but you urged upon me that we should finish the roads minister and close this thing because it's long overdue. Mr. Speaker, we are cooperating with each other. I don't want last-minute surprises. Mr. Speaker, please yield for him to finish.
Yes, that is the application.
Because earlier, majority leader made an application.
Yes.
Even
What
when
is the response to the application?
So if we all agree to cooperate, the Fiomeko, please, I'm pleading with you. Let's get this thing done. I'm pleading with you.
Mr. Speaker, please. You see, Mr. Speaker, it's the same leader who chastised us for not making available the ministers. As we speak, the minister responsible for government communication had a question and he wrote for rescheduling. It became an issue. Today he's available to answer. But now they want us to push it back. No, there was no such agreement, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I leave this entirely in your hands.
Well, honourable members, subject to similar constraint regarding the statement that we have just taken, 2 contributions and leadership, I am minded to grant the leave for the statement to be made.
Mr. Speaker, may you live long. Mr. Speaker may have a very long life.
Yes, I'm here. It's in your interest. Right? Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. I rise to make this joint statement on the floor. And the joint statement to be read by me is made on behalf of myself and Jerry Ahmed Shaibu on the Registered Nurses and Midwifery Association's industrial strike action. Mr. Speaker, we rise to make this statement on an issue of immediate and far-reaching concern to our country. The ongoing nationwide strike action declared by the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwifery Association, which has severely disrupted the provision of healthcare services and posing a growing public health emergency in the country. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the 2nd of June 2025, members of the GRNMA officially began withdrawing their services across the country. This industrial action, which initially commenced with a phased reduction in services, has now escalated into a full-blown nationwide strike involving over 128,000 nurses and midwives in public services. It follows a series of failed engagements between the leadership of GRNMA and key government stakeholders, particularly the Ministry of Finance, Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. According to the association, the strike was necessitated by the government's failure to implement key provisions of the 2024 collective agreement, which was expected to address long-standing concerns related to salaries, allowances, working conditions, and other benefits for its members. The GRNMA has cited repeated delays, broken promises, and general failure to act in good faith as critical breaches of trust that violate both the spirit and the letter of the Labour Act. Mr. Speaker, the situation has since moved swiftly through legal and administrative channels. On June 4th, the National Labour Commission declared the strike illegal under Sections 159 of the Labour Act and filed for an interlocutory injunction. The High Court, acting on the Commission's request, issued a directive restraining the GRNMA from continuing with the industrial action. The court also mandated a compulsory arbitration process to resume negotiations and resolve the dispute within a specified timeline. Yet, as of today, the GRNMA maintains that it has not been formally served with a court order and thus continues to withhold services. The legal technicality, whether valid or not, has left many of our public health institutions under intense strain with potentially life-threatening consequences for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the effects of the strike have been deeply felt across the country at leading referral hospitals like Kolebu, Konfanoche, Tamale Teaching Hospital, and Accra Rich Hospital. Patients have been stranded in emergency units, outpatient departments have been shut down, and doctors have been overwhelmed by unmanageable caseloads. Some facilities have had to scale down operations significantly, and in some districts, health centers have completely shut their doors to the public. Vulnerable patients, including pregnant women, children, and the elderly, have been left without care. Even more worrying, Mr. Speaker, are reports of tension and near confrontations between striking junior nurses and senior colleagues who have attempted to offer critical services. At Kolebu, for instance, management had to intervene when a dispute arose in the emergency ward. This level of breakdown in order within our healthcare institutions cannot be allowed to fester. Mr. Speaker, the GRNMA continues to insist that it is simply defending the dignity and rights of its members. The strike has ignited controversy within the nursing profession itself. 4 major professional bodies, namely the Union of Professional Nurses and Midwives, the Ghana Registered Midwives Association, the Professional Association of Psychiatric Nurses, and the National Association of Registered Midwives have dissociated themselves from the strike. They argue that the action is premature and unilateral. and have called on their members to remain at post while negotiations continue. This fracture within the professional community further complicates the situation, creating confusion on the ground and weakening the unity needed to advance a coordinated and sustainable solution. Nonetheless, the concerns raised by the GRNMA cannot and must not be dismissed. They reflect a broader pattern of systemic neglect and delayed commitment to the welfare of essential public sector workers, particularly in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, we must acknowledge a hard truth. This is not the first time nurses and midwives have resorted to industrial actions. And unless structural reforms are undertaken, it will not be the last. The repeated failure to fulfill signed agreements, the protracted delays in salary adjustments, and the lack of transparency in negotiation are breeding mistrust and demoralizing across our health sector. Nurses and midwives are frontline caregivers who sustain our primary and emergency care and deserves better and urgent attention by all state institutions. Mr. Speaker, we cannot call them heroes during pandemics and crisis times, only to abandon their welfare in times of calm. We must institutionalize a framework that ensures a timely and transparent implementation of collective agreements with predictable arbitration mechanisms that prevent escalation of grievances into national crisis. Mr. Speaker, we wish to commend the Ministry of Health for initiating an emergency meeting with the GRNMA and other stakeholders on June 9th, aimed at resolving the impasse. Mr. Speaker, however, the failure of the Ministry of Finance to approve and implement the collective bargaining agreement is what is protracting the standoff between government and the GRNMA. The assertive position of the Minister of Finance is what can best be described as a cause of death associated with the GRNMA. Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as the minority caucus respect the rights of our nurses and sympathize with them in pursuit of their rights, we are pleading with them to be merciful to the plight of Ghanaians and return to work as they look forward for government to engage them positively. Mr. Speaker, to add, today, your committee, your non-partisan committee, after a good discussion, have been able for us to make a peaceful way, and we hope there will be a good news by close of day because of our cooperative stance. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to share this with members and the people of this country, a statement written jointly by Jerry Ahmed and myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, statement ably made. The floor is now open for comment. So, Honourable Dr. Mark Curtis Nawani, Chairman for Health Committee, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank the whole House for being able to postpone this statement probably till today. And that's because today we held a meeting, and I don't know whether if this statement had come earlier, the comments could have derailed today's discussions. So I want to thank the House for that. Having said that, Right Honourable Speaker, it is true that when we talk about the health sovereignty, when we talk about the health resilience, when we talk about the quality of health in this country, a lot of it depends on the nurses. And so there are people that we hold in high esteem. Indeed, when you go to the hospitals, I would say that there are people who can work in any department of the hospital. So we thank them very much for the good work that they are doing for the country. And we hope that as the economy improves, probably the conditions of the nurses should also go along with that. Having said that, I want to inform the House that today we had a 4 hours fruitful discussion with the nurses. There was an understanding, and as we speak, we are waiting for their response. So I'll beg members to be very, in terms of contribution and then in terms of comments, to be measured, such that as we wait for their answer, after our discussions, after our consultations, we will not do anything that will probably mar this meeting that we had. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Honorable Jerry Shaib, it's a joint statement, it's your statement. So, do you comment on your own statement? So, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Samiauku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to commend the committee for a good job done. Mr. Speaker, in the last few days, we've witnessed the suffering of our people across the health centers. And I believe today's committee meeting hopefully will bring to an end the sufferings of our people. But it also serves as a very stark reminder of the gamut of issues affecting the health sector. And I strongly believe that instead of political apparatchiks and propagandists subjecting these nurses to abuse, insult, and unfair and foul language, I think that the health ministry must also take steps to ensure that the issues raised by these nurses and those in the health sector are also not repeated. Mr. Speaker, no one can anticipate the time of disaster. Just like a fish caught in a crow's net or a bird caught in a wicked trap, we can be struck by illness on any day. And I want to believe that if there's one sector that we must also take seriously, it is the health sector. So I want to commend the committee's effort, but I also believe that the Minister for Health and the ministry too must also adopt measures that will be more embracing and communicate better to our folks in the health sector. On this note, let me commend Dr. Ayu and the team, Ahmed and the committee that also sat today together with our professionals from the health sector to bring this standoff to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor. Hello? Yes, the understanding with the previous statement was 2-2, including 2-2 minus the leadership. So it means that 3 contributors. Yes. Yes, Honorable, the one in front.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the current strike by the nurses is a matter of serious concern. And I want to commend government for taking steps and negotiating with the nurses to ensure that a peaceful resolution is reached and the matter is resolved for health services to continue. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask, what has happened to our laws? Mr. Speaker, this Parliament in 2003 promulgated the Labour Act, Act 651. Mr. Speaker, in this act are very elaborate procedures that provide for a resolution of a matter such as the one now bedeviling us. I want to urge the National Labour Commission to, as it were, deploy the mechanisms provided in the Act and the subsequent subsidiary legislations to bring this matter to an end. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib. Is this not your own statement? It's a joint
Speaker,
statement.
I'll yield to my brother.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I will first of all want to use the opportunity to commend my senior honorable member for making this statement at the right time. But Mr. Speaker, we will have to look at our health sector very, very critical. There is too much of politics into it, which we need to take our time as a country. If you look at the day this strike started up to today, a lot of people have lost their lives. That is unacceptable to the leaders who are supposed to take actions for these lives to be prevented. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what these nurses are demanding, I think as a country we need to pay attention to these nurses. If the nurses are demanding rural incentive allowance, it's a very, very important allowance that we need to give it to them, because this will help nurses who are working in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, these incentives will help nurses to accept postings to rural areas in order to provide health services to our people in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, if you look at other African countries, they are giving these allowances to nurses. Mr. Speaker, again, party communicators and party journalists, some of them are fueling these strikes. Because if issue of this nature come to the table of the Minister of Health, and the Minister of Health and the labor experts are taking their time to solve this problem, you will see party journalists and party communicators insulting these nurses. Imagine a journalist saying that some of these diploma nurses have not passed their SS exams, and their nurses. Mr. Speaker, how do you expect these nurses to agree to what the Minister of Health and the labor experts are telling them to call off the strike? So we have to look at this issue very, very critical and make sure that whenever this issue of this nature comes to the table, we take off the party journalists and the party apparatchiks and leave the issue to the experts to deal with the issue and find amicable solution so that our nurses will go back and take care of people in the hospital. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yes. Any other member from the majority side? Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, first let me commend our colleague, Dr. Ayuwe Friye, for bringing to this floor this very important matter. Mr. Speaker, in the comments that followed after his statement, one statement I find very profound came from our colleague, Honorable Samuel Awuku. He's drawn our attention to the way some people have made this strike action a partisan matter. He's drawn our attention to the rather unfortunate, unmeasured, foul language that have come from all those who are in disagreement with this action by the nurses. Mr. Speaker, we must not encourage such unguarded utterances, especially when there are certain demands from public sector workers who provide essential services, such as teachers, nurses, etc. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement shared with us his views about how we commended these nurses during the COVID. And in a period like this, the least we can do is to empathize. The least we can do is to empathize. Mr. Speaker, if you have not lived in a rural setting before, you will not understand or value the work of a nurse. Ghana is largely rural, not urban. If we live in the city of Accra, the city of Kumasi, city of Tamale, Takoradi, Cape Coast, and we think that is Ghana, then we'll be deceiving ourselves. A chunk of our population find themselves in the rural areas, and they need these nurses most. So when we reduce the matter to partisan politics, it is our own relatives and family members we are hurting. And by the way, the bill will come to us, because when there is any death, they will come to you, the political leader in Accra, and demand some support. So this is not about NDC MPP politics at all. This is about leadership taking responsibility. And it's the reason why I commend the Health Committee for their bipartisan approach in handling this matter. So yes, Mr. Speaker, Yesterday, I did my part. I engaged my ranking. I asked him to call a meeting of our side when it came to our attention that the chair of the health committee had called a meeting. I told them that they should fully cooperate, attend the meeting, and ensure that this impasse is brought to an end. I am told that the leader of the house himself sat through the meeting and there was a fruitful engagement. I don't want to do blame game here. Don't blame the Ministry of Health, but blame the Ministry of Finance. No. We cannot, say that as for Ministry of Health, they have done nothing. But it's the responsibility is that of Ministry of Finance. No. You work collective. You are a team. It's a failure on the part of those in charge of negotiating this matter. Whether Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, Labor Commission, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, we have not lived up to the expectation. I do not think that these nurses are unreasonable. I do not think that these nurses are unreasonable. I think that we have failed them. We have failed them because we could have taken a timely approach to engage them and exhausted all the nagging issues rather than allowing it to escalate. Then we turn around to do the blame game. I would want to seize this opportunity to encourage our friends in government to lead the way. You have executive authority. It's the reason why we have the Minister of Finance, we have the Minister of Health, we have the Minister responsible for Jobs and Labor. These three ministries should work together. Fortunately, all of them are members of Parliament. You should work together as a team, sit down, and ensure that the matter is taken out of court. Take responsibility and show leadership. Enough of the dying. Even in Kolebu, 37 Ridge, in the cities, Konfanoche, where we say that we have advanced facilities to support healthcare. People still have complained. How much more the rural communities? I'm not talking about the urban centers. Even in the urban centers, we have some health facilities. People can have access to private medical care. But the village in Jenjenaze, in Winneba, Jahazi in Winneba, in Swechil, where these rural folks, all they depend on is the nurse. And they go and there's no nurse. And the CHIPS compound has been closed. What we must not forget is that some of these health facilities have single health nurses. They may have just one nurse on duty. And all of them have been shut down for all these days, all these weeks. Let's not talk Kolebu. Let's talk about those in the rural areas. Somebody is going to deliver, a woman in labor. What services is she getting from the health facility nearby? And they cannot even afford a private health care. Mr. Speaker, have we looked at the mortality rates and all? So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to plead with government. This is not the time to reduce this important national issue to legalities and in the least political trivialities. We don't need it. Let's solve the problem. Mr. Speaker, our side would want to assure government of our support in resolving this matter at the parliamentary committee level. Our side would also want to plead with our nurses to expedite the engagement with government so that this impasse is brought to an end. The health, the lives of our people matter. The lives of our rural folks matter. We must save lives. The loss of a single life is a loss to the nation. Mr. Speaker, without more, I would want to conclude by calling on government to take action. Enough is enough. Thank you very much.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think a lot has been said already, and it will not serve any purpose to waste this House's time with a long speech. Mr. Speaker, I just want to place it on record that this government has not in any way tried to politicize any matter concerning the welfare of the nurses. We have not. And the midwives, we have not. Mr. Speaker, this is not a matter that began just yesterday. This is a matter that began somewhere in the middle or early of 2024. That is how far the matter goes back. And the matter went to court. The court didn't finish resolving it. The parties themselves resolved the matter out of court. And based on the resolution of the matter, they then tried to get government to sit up and implement some agreement that was reached. Mr. Speaker, that happened after the budget had been approved by this House. And so the appeal has always been that it will be difficult to absorb it in the budget as concluded. And therefore, we have always pleaded with the nurses to let us look at it in next year's budget. That has been the position of government. Government has never in any way expressed lack of appreciation to the plight of our nurses and midwives. And today, when your committee met them, it came to light that there has been a very, very good working relationship between the Nurses and Midwives Association, the Ministry of Health, and indeed the Labour Commission and the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. And they've all been trying to find an amicable way to resolve this matter. Mr. Speaker, I have not heard so-called party apparatchiks or so-called party communicators or so-called party journalists trying to undermine the interests and concerns of these nurses. We all depend on these nurses and their services at very, very critical stages. Mr. Speaker, all of us as members of parliament know that there are so many health facilities in our constituencies at which, but for these nurses and midwives, our people will not have access to health care. So we value them, we appreciate them, and we know the conditions, the very trying circumstances that they try to deliver their services. We know this. We know this. We know this, Mr. Speaker, and so we continue to appreciate and value our nurses. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that these nurses are central to the effort of this government to stabilize the economy. Because when we stabilize the economy, whatever wages and salaries we are paying them will become very valuable because their purchasing powers will be enhanced.
We are looking for opportunity to absorb more.
Mr. Speaker, and we are looking for opportunities to absorb many of them. And there are ongoing discussions to even seek opportunities for many of them abroad. All these are measures that this government is putting in place. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we met them today, we appealed to them, and they assured us that they were going to go and think about it, and hopefully by the close of business today, they will get back to this parliament. We approached it in a very bipartisan manner, and I think they could see that this House is appealing to them as a collective, not as different political parties or as a government or as an opposition, but both as a government and an opposition. And they have taken our appeal seriously, and they promised to get back to us by close of business today. I want to assure our nurses that this parliament stands with them. This parliament, in the future budget, will make sure that as many of their concerns as possible are captured in that budget. This parliament, I said, will work towards ensuring that as many as possible, their expectations are met. Mr. Speaker, as many as possible, their expectations are met by this government. The finance minister has never said that he will not address their concerns. He has consistently said that let's look at it in next year's budget. I have heard the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Minister of Finance who has spoken, the Minister for Health who have spoken. They have not rejected the demands of the nurses. They have consistently said that this is a matter that will be addressed, and addressed in a way that does not destabilize the budget and the benefits that this budget is already conferring on ordinary Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, with these very few words, very few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the maker of the statements, the joint makers of the statements, and also thank your committee for the effort that they have made to meet the nurses, appeal to the nurses, and I'm very confident that by close of today, this parliament will hear very good news from the nurses. I'm very confident. And this nation, once again, will rally behind its nurses and work very hard and improve the economy so that we can take better care of our nurses. No one has insulted any nurse that I have heard. No one. Because the nurses are our sisters. They are our mothers. They are our wives. They are our brothers. They are our uncles. They are our constituents, and we love our nurses and our midwives. We love them. And that is why this parliament today met with them, pleaded with them, and expressed that love for our nurses and our midwives. And we believe that our nurses and our midwives will reciprocate and respond to the appeal of this parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, luckily the minister responsible for health is here. We need not make any further direction to him. Minister of Health, may we hear you on the issue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank the Parliamentary Select Committee on Health, together with all stakeholders, for the successful and fruitful deliberations this morning as far as this strike is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the ministry Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health is the mother ministry for the nurses and midwives, and will continue to behave like mothers for these nurses and midwives. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that out of the fruitful deliberations we had this morning, once the strike is called off, we are committed in engaging our nurses and midwives to arrive at a mutually acceptable conditions so that, Mr. Speaker, they will continue to do what they do best, to contribute to the healthcare of this sector. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, that brings us to the end of that statement. Majority Leader, do we go back to questions? And if so, are we starting from urgent questions? Honourable members, we have urgent questions, mostly slated for the Minister responsible for health to respond to. Honourable members, the Minister of Health is in the House to respond to those questions. So let's proceed to take the question number 6A, standing in the name of Honourable Pius Kwame Nkwa, Sepi Akontombra. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Health the current state of the Nzaura Health Center and the plans of government to make it operational. Thank you very much.
Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Member for Sofia Kontomra for his question regarding the status of Nzaura Health Center. The Nzaura Health Center, located in the Western North region, was established to serve the healthcare needs of the people of Nzaura and its surrounding communities. As of the latest assessment conducted by the Regional Health Directorate, the physical infrastructure of the facility is approximately 80% complete. Despite the center not being fully completed, key components such as the consulting rooms, offices, and sections of the wards are currently in use and delivering essential services. However, there are still outstanding tasks such as completing the staff bungalows, external patient washrooms, wards, and medical stores, as well as painting the main clinical block. The facility requires proper and dedicated access alongside the execution of essential external works such as pavements, drainage systems, and soft landscaping. Mr. Speaker, the delay in fully completing the operationalizing the facility is largely attributable to insufficient budgetary allocations over the years. That said, I wish to assure this august House that the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ghana Health Service, is committed to prioritizing the completion of Nzaura Health Center. The Ministry will identify dedicated sources of funding to address and complete the outstanding scope, which may include the procurement of medical and non-medical equipment, ICT installations, and other improvements as may be required in consultation with the stakeholders. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the Honourable Member and the good people of Nzaura that the Ministry remains fully committed to ensuring equitable access to quality healthcare for all Ghanaians. Given its strategic location and relevance to the local health delivery network, the Nzaura Health Center will remain a priority in our healthcare strengthening agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Minister, could you please brief this House? Because Nzaura Health Center has been an albatross on our neck for some time now. So could you brief this House on the timelines for the commencement of these additional works, as suggested in your answer. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any timeline?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, as you all know, the 2025 budget has already been approved, and therefore we will try our best if it can be captured in the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Any further supplementary?
Speaker, I know any other question, but just to thank the Honorable Minister, because today I know upon all his busy schedules, I was not expecting him, but through his commitment for the people of Akonto.
Honourable members, you thank the minister. That is okay. Let's move to question number 6B. Standing in the name of Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health the steps being taken to modernize the Pantan Hospital into a premium center of excellence in health delivery.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Health recognizes the strategic importance of Pantan Hospital and remains committed to modernizing the facility into a premium center of excellence for mental health and general health care delivery. As part of the efforts to achieve this vision, a comprehensive feasibility study report has been prepared to guide the redevelopment and modernization of the hospital. This report outlines the technical, financial, and operational framework necessary to transform Pantan Hospital into a modern, well-equipped facility capable of delivering high-quality healthcare services. However, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the ongoing national debt restructuring exercise has had a significant impact on the redevelopment and finalization of the process required to ensure funding and commence implementation. The Ministry is actively engaging relevant stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, including the Ministry of Finance, to navigate these constraints and ensure the project remains a priority within the national infrastructure agenda. We remain committed to advancing the necessary processes as physical conditions improve, with the goal of delivering a world-class health facility that meets the growing health needs of the people of Medina and the country as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary? Honourable Minister, the microphone.
Mr. Speaker, I have one supplementary. Honourable Minister, given the nature of the constraints, would the ministry be considering a potential PPP arrangement or private participation to ensure that the Pantan Hospital receives a facelift? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. We are willing and ready, given the conditions of the PPP.
Very well. Honourable members, let's move to question number 6C. Standing in the name of Honourable Frank Yeboah, Member of Parliament for Achuma, Mobiaja North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the immediate and long-term measures the ministry is implementing to address the rising cases of monkeypox disease in the country. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the emergence and resurgence of zoonotic diseases such as mpox remain a significant global public health concern. Ghana recorded its first cases during the 2022 global outbreak, reporting 128 confirmed cases and 4 deaths within 2022 and 2023, and 5 cases in 2024. The current outbreak began on 13th May 2025 with 2 confirmed cases in the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. As of 9 June, 85 cases have been recorded across 10 regions and 30 districts, with the Greater Accra, Western, and Western North regions most affected. No deaths have occurred, and 2 cases remain on admission. And Mr. Speaker, before I came to the floor of the House, my information is that number of cases on admission is 1 and not 2. Mr. Speaker, government has responded promptly with a structured, multi-pillar approach at all levels. The response focused on coordination, surveillance, laboratory services, case management, risk communication, public health emergency teams, and public health emergency teams are fully operational, ensuring logistics such as PPEs are available to protect frontline health workers. The rise in case detection is due to improved surveillance, expanded testing capacity, and vigorous contact tracing. However, we must replenish essential laboratory supplies to sustain this progress. Contact tracing remains critical, with all identified contacts monitored daily. Most confirmed cases present with mild symptoms and are managed at home under supervision, while severe cases are admitted to infectious disease centers. Our healthcare workers continue to demonstrate professionalism and resilience, supported by ongoing training efforts. Mr. Speaker, community engagement is key. That is why the Ghana Health Service, in collaboration with the stakeholders, has intensified public education on preventive behaviors. Engagement with CSOs, NGOs, and the media are amplifying these messages nationwide. Mr. Speaker, while addressing the current outbreak, we are also taking steps to strengthen long-term preparedness. These include building capacity, pre-positioning logistics, sustaining integrated surveillance, exploring innovative financing, and considering targeted vaccination for high-risk groups. I wish to assure this Honorable House and the people of Ghana that the health sector remains fully committed to containing this outbreak. I respectfully urge honorable members to support ongoing efforts by promoting key preventive messages and supporting health directorates within their constituencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no further question, except to thank the Minister for his answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have the last urgent question on the order paper, addendum, standing in the name of the minority leader. Is any member having his authority to ask the question? Order paper, addendum 2. Well, honorable members, let's move on. Very well. So, Honorable Minister responsible for health, you are partly discharged. So you come back to answer the main questions. So don't go away. Yes? It should continue. Very well. Very well. So, Honorable Health Minister, let's move to the main question, number 33. Standing in the name of Akwesi Jemfi Unyina Achampong, Member of Parliament for Kwabre East. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the Agenda 111 project at Wadi Jumakase in the Kwabri East constituency will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to mention that Wadi Jumakase site was not initially included in the Agenda 111 project. However, following a reassessment, it was selected as a replacement for Nungwa site on 7th February 2023. Subsequently, the contract for the Kwabri East District Hospital Wadi was awarded in May 2023 with an initial expected completion date of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, in a correspondence dated 13th February 2025, the Ministry of Finance formally notified the Ministry of Health to incorporate the Agenda 111 project into its budget proposal for 2025 and beyond. The President, per letter dated 20th February 2025, with reference number OPS 152/25/763, has also directed his office to take steps to hand over the projects to the Ministry of Health. This directive aims to enable the ministry to assume full responsibility for the program, assess the status of implementation, physical progress, and outstanding commitments, and develop the requisite strategies to ensure its successful completion, as well as report on the fine details of the program. Following the directive, the ministry has engaged the management team from AESL, who have commenced a special audit assessment and will report to the ministry accordingly. We are committed to working closely with all stakeholders to ensure the timely and successful delivery of the program. Once the report is received, the ministry will determine a strategic implementation plan to ensure a successful implementation and completion. We will then seek the Ministry of Finance advice and support for a dedicated budgetary allocation, or seek funding from private partners who may be interested in supporting this important project to completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, from the Minister's answer, I can decipher the government is not clear as to which direction it's going to take to ensure the project's completion once AESL completes the audit.
Honourable Member, with all due respect, I think you are completely out of order. You are to ask supplementary question, but not to address the House.
I'm guided,
you are
Mr.
violating Order 88.7.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is, do we have the Minister's assurance and commitment to use all available means to ensure this project is completed? And I have the Minister's assurance on this after AESL's audit is completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, as I have already stated, the entire Agenda 111 project is under audit, and once they complete their work, a blueprint will be developed out of it to decide and to determine the way forward. But what I can assure this House is that whatever money that has been invested in this project, the country will have value for money. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The second question is on, can the Honourable Minister give me some timelines
as to after the AESL, can you respectfully give me some timelines as to when at least we can resume work on the project? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, giving specific timelines will be a bit difficult. It is out of the audit and availability of funding that will determine how expeditious the project or the program will run. And so to give specific timeline will be problematic at this stage.
Yes, any last supplementary? Honourable members, let's move to question number 35, standing in the name of Lorette Koko Asante. Honourable member, we have set the ground rule that because of the number of questions, we agreed in this house, questions that are constituency specific, we are not taking supplementary.
Speaker, with respect. Speaker, with respect. I was here when the ground rule was set. We said it will be one. We will limit ourselves to one. But Speaker, if it is your pleasure that you won't allow any supplement, that's fine. But we actually agreed on one.
Honorable Chief Whip, I don't want to create the impression that it is my pleasure. I ask, in view of the numbers, any indication, they said constituency specific, apart from supplementary, from the questioner, no other supplementary question. The non-constituency specific, then we take one supplementary. Yes, Honorable Lorette Koko Asante. Etiwa West, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of Health when will the Agenda 111 hospital at the Abomosu Township be completed and operational? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the questions on Agenda 111 will all have the same preambles, that we are doing auditing on the whole project, and that when we complete the auditing, we'll develop a blueprint, and then the next phase will be rolled out, and therefore I'm just going to add a few sentences to what I had already read to the House. Mr. Speaker, in reference to the above, the Abomosu project will follow the same plan, and the ministry will assume full responsibility for the initiative. We will assess the status of implementation, physical progress, outstanding commitment, and develop the requisite strategies to ensure its successful completion, and report to the House concerning the fine details of the project. Thank you.
Honorable member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sorry. So the Abomosu Hospital is about 92% complete. So when you look at the cost, which was about 11.5 million, there's about $1 million left if you do the math. So what assurance
Honorable
can
member,
the minister...
don't you think you are addressing the House? Ask supplementary question,
No, I'm asking the minister
please.
a question, Mr. Speaker,
yes.
respectfully.
Yes.
What assurance can the minister provide my constituent in Abomosu, but not only Abomosu alone, the entire Tiwa West constituency and, in fact, the region? Because the Abomosu Hospital is really a huge investment, and will provide a whole lot of health access to healthcare. So what assurance can the minister provide to my constituents that, based on the insignificant, comparatively, 1 million cedis or so left, that he can basically authorize or get the funding to complete and make it operational? I understand the equipment has also been procured. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that once AESL completes its work, we will ensure that a facility that is about 90% complete will see to its full completion and operationalization. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So, based on your assurance today, Honorable Minister, can you assure us that the government is not going to rely on private partnership to seek the 1 million cedis to complete the Abomosu Hospital? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that will be determined as a result of the audit process. And what you need is the completion or operationalization of the facility. So you leave that to government. Thank you.
Any last supplementary question? Honorable Member.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Minister, for your assurance. We'll follow up. Thank you,
Let's
Mr.
move
Speaker.
to question number 60, standing in the name of Mr. Seth Ose Akoto, Echima Mponua, Member of Parliament. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the immediate plans of the ministry to furnish and operationalize community health planning services compounds that have been completed and situated at 1, Chichiwere, 2, Bedabo, 3, Ochirikrom, and finally, Gogokrom communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this House that the aforementioned CHIPS compounds were executed by the Atwima Mponua District Assembly. This information has just been brought to the attention of the ministry. Therefore, it has not been included in the ministry's 2025 budget for furnishing, equipping, and operationalization. However, the ministry will collaborate with the District Assembly and Ghana Health Service to conduct a thorough assessment of the request and evaluate these projects for possible consideration, budgeting, furnishing, equipping, and operationalization in subsequent fiscal years. It is important to emphasize that the implementation of these projects will be contingent upon the level of budgetary allocation to the ministry in the ensuing years. Mr. Speaker, the Chechire, Bedabo, Ochirikrom, and Gogoikrom CHIPS compound will be duly assessed and necessary steps will be taken to reactivate their furnishing and operationalization as resources permit. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you have a follow-up question? Please do.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the answer. But I want to find out when you evaluate these projects, since in Atwima Mponua, apart from Nyinehini Hospital, serving 538 communities, we have these 4 CHIP compounds ready, but they are not operationalized. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the direction will be given as soon as possible for the evaluation of those facilities. Thank you.
Any other supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister.
Honorable members, we then move to question number 61, standing in the name of same Honorable Seth Ose Akoto. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for another opportunity for me to ask the Honorable Minister a question with respect to the 61. To ask the Minister for her when the training facilities at Tano Dumase Nursing College will be improved for the trainees to have full benefits of being educated. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Nursing and Midwifery Training College Tano Odumasi was established in the 2023-2024 academic year. The establishment of the school was facilitated by the then Member of Parliament of the area. There were structures donated by the Ghana National Petroleum Company, GNPC. Technically, all the needed infrastructure and technical requirements such as GTech, institutional accreditation, and NNMC professional accreditations were not properly done before the establishment. There were no efforts for major officers like officers like the principal and academic staff. There was no library facility with needed books and furniture, and the skills laboratory was not furnished. But there was a push to start admission of students. With the support of the acting principal and the district assembly, there have been more improvement on areas like skills laboratory items, classroom furniture, office furniture, library with books and furniture. Currently, the district assembly is contracting a residential facility for the principal of the college. There have been letters to companies and agencies like GNPC, the district assembly, and the Babiani Gold Mining Company for support. The Ministry of Health through the HTIU is in constant follow-up on the situation for proper assessment of the situation. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry will continue to explore funding avenues with stakeholders including GNPC, the initial donor, Get Fund, as well as Anglo Gold, Babiani, to help address the gaps identified.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, based upon the answer you have given to us, kindly let me know when you will finish the assessment so that we can benefit from your resources at the ministry.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the assessment, in fact, before I even appear on the floor of the House, the instruction has been issued for the assessment to commence. And so we are linking up with the other stakeholders to see whether we can raise enough funding for the continuation of the project.
Honourable Member, any other supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Minister, may I find out whether the staff, you have casual staff at the nursing training, whether you are aware, and if you are aware, what steps are you taking to give them employment? Thank you.
Honourable Member, with all due respect, this question is overruled.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable Member, your main question is, when is the facility going to be completed? Now you are asking a question in relation to employment.
No, it's part of...
These two are not related. So within the meaning of Standing Order 89, your supplementary must flow from the question.
The honourable member is a very diligent member of the House.
Yes.
And Speaker, you have cautioned
yes.
that first-timers should apprise themselves in terms of the rules.
Yes.
I can tell you confidently, there is one person who is very willing to learn.
Yes.
Well, will you grant him the opportunity to reframe the question in line with Order 89?
I'm not taking the opportunity to ask another question from the honourable member. That is why I also cited Order 89, that your supplementary must be from the answer or be within the question. But when you ask a question, a minister, regarding a completion of a training facility. And then there is a supplementary question on when people are going to be employed. I believe the minister will not have notice of that to be able to prepare an answer for it. That is the essence of overruling the question. So if you have another question, please ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for another opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, may I find out when you adopt the plan to be adopted by the ministry as indicated in your response? Thank you.
Well, Honorable Minister, if there is any ambiguity that you need to be clarified about the question.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, may I take the opportunity to read it to the Honorable Minister?
Yes,
His
please
answer.
do.
The last paragraph. He said, a proper assessment of the situation. That's the last but one paragraph. So that's not my question. And then I want to find out from the minister. He said to explore funding avenues with stakeholders, including GNPC, the initial donor, GAD Fund, as well as Anglo Gold Babiani, to help address the gaps identified. And the question is, when? Hope to do that, please. Thank you.
Very well, it's now clear. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that aspect of the answer is quite clear and non-ambiguous, and if I may repeat, that, Mr. Speaker, the ministry will continue in motion. The ministry will continue to explore funding avenues with stakeholders, including GNPC, the initial donor, GET Fund, as well as Anglo Gold Babiani, to help address the gaps. We will continue.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's move to question number 62. Standing in the name of Rudolph Amuako Jamra, Upper Denchira West Member of Parliament. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct my name. Once again, it's Rudolph Amuako Jampa. Rudolph Amuako Jampa, not Jamra. So, table office and clerk should take note of it. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'll continue to ask my question. I would like to ask the Minister for Health the immediate plans of the ministry to continue the Agenda 111 project of the previous government, of which Upper Denchira West constituency was the first beneficiary, but has been abandoned by contractors due to financial issues.
Members,
Thank
order. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this August House that the hospital project at DSO in the Upper Denchira West constituency, which has stalled, can be resumed and completed accordingly based on the plan to be adopted by the Ministry of Health as indicated earlier. Consequently, the completion of this project and related ones is contingent on the availability of physical space, which can be made possible by the Ministry of Finance. I will duly inform this House of the strategies being adopted by the government to complete the Agenda 111 program, of which the Upper West Denchira is also part of. Thank you.
Honourable member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister, since the people of Denchira West doesn't have any hospital facility, would the Minister make it a priority of the ministry to complete such projects?
I didn't talk to anybody.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will take the plea of the honorable member into consideration when we are considering the blueprint for the continuation of the project after the assessment. Thank you.
Honorable member, any further supplementary? Honorable members, can we listen to the questioner in silence?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from Honorable Minister, when will the minister sanction a team to go to the project site to assess the project?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, a team has already been deployed to assess all the Agenda 111 facilities. Yes. So a team, Mr. Speaker, a team has been
Honorable
deployed.
Minister, you are to address the chair. Honorable Minority Leader.
Yes.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are not entitled to engage the minister when he is answering questions. With all due respect.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm done.
Very well. Honorable members, let's move to question number 84. Standing in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajiman, Ebuakwa South Member of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister for Health the plans the ministry has to replace the damaged ambulance of Ebuakwa South constituency, which was involved in an accident on the 7th of November 2023.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Where did you go? When I show you, I have not been to anybody. No, he's talking about. I've read one day.
Honorable members, I think somebody's microphone is on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ebuakwa South constituency ambulance with registration number GV814-19 was transporting a patient from Koforidua to Accra when it was involved in a road traffic accident at Abosomasi, Akuyapem in the eastern region. The following actions were taken after the accident. 1. The vehicle was towed to a workshop where the repair works would be carried out. A police report was obtained and the insurance company was informed with the necessary documents. The assessment by the insurance company before repair works could commence delayed due to the non-payment of the full insurance premium for the ambulances for the period in which the accident occurred. After the insurance company eventually assessed the damage and agreed to the cost of the repairs, the garage was authorized to commence work on the ambulance. However, the work stalled along the line when the insurance company failed to pay for the repairs of the ambulance at the garage, with the excuse that full insurance premium had not been paid. In the latter part of last year, the National Ambulance Service discussed the issue with its insurance brokers to renegotiate with the insurance company on the issue of the insurance premium payment so as to facilitate the repair of the ambulance. This was done, and the garage was asked to continue the body works to bring the ambulance back into operation. Currently, the body works are about 40% complete. The garage is awaiting settlement from the insurance, which is causing the delays. Considering the undue delays due to the challenges with the insurance premium payment, and in order to prevent further delays, I have authorized that the repairs works be paid for by the National Ambulance Service. With this new directive, the rehabilitation of the ambulance will continue immediately.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. In the Minister's response, it was very clear that a basic ambulance repair is 40%, close to almost 2 years. He did not indicate the plans for the payment of premium. Rather, he directed that the Ghana
Honourable
Ambulance
members,
Service...
I said this over and over. That supplementary question is not a period for you to address the House.
No,
You don't raise any argument. You don't even offer your own opinion. Order 88.7 is very clear. So please proceed to ask questions.
If they have their peace, they have people that they listen to.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I seek to ask the Minister his plans towards the payment of premium for the ambulance at Ebuakwa South and other ones in similar situations.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, per the answer I have given on the floor of the House, there were issues regarding payment of premium with respect to the ambulances, the fleet of ambulances we have in this country, not one ambulance. And so, looking at the situation I have narrated at the moment, we have directed that if we are going to wait till we pay the entire premium, it was going to further delay. And so I have instructed the National Ambulance Service to go ahead and pay for the works that has already been done.
Honourable Member, any other question?
That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questions slated for the Minister responsible for health to come and answer. Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House. You are hereby discharged. Yes, Majority Leader?
So, Speaker, you didn't discharge the Minister. He was already walking away. By the time you said you are hereby discharged, he was already walking away.
True, I observe it.
He discharged himself.
I observe it. The Minister is so much in hurry. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, so let's take the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister has taken his seat. We then move to question number 31, standing in the name of Akwesi Jemfi Onyina Echempong, Member of Parliament for Kwabre East. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment when work will resume on the Mampontin AstroTurf, which was started by the National Youth Authority in 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor. Honourable members, once again, somebody has put on his microphone.
Okay, it's on now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, the National Youth Authority commenced the construction of a community astroturf at Mamponte in the Kwabre East District to be a vibrant hub for youth development. This innovative project sought to combine recreational facilities, safe space for youth convergence, counseling and training programs to foster holistic youth growth. Mr. Speaker, the project's primary objective were to enhance youth development through sports and entrepreneurship training and empower them to acquire essential life skills to make meaningful contributions to the development of the country. The project's design encompasses a state-of-the-art 200-seater AstroTurf park, boasting an impressive array of features including a standardized size football pitch, a VIP trophy stand for dignitaries and award ceremonies, modern changing rooms for teams and officials, a secured outer perimeter fence, inner perimeter fencing for additional safety, floodlights to facilitate evening matches and events. Mr. Speaker, as of March 2023, about 60% of the project had been completed, including earthworks, sub-base work on the football pitch, and part of the VIP trophy stand, outer perimeter fence wall, floodlights base, and inner perimeter fencing. The contract for the project was formally awarded to Messrs. Permanent Supply Group Limited on April 22, 2022, with a total contract value of 2.8 million Ghana cedis. The project was initially slated for completion within a 4-month time frame. To date, the contractor has received 50% of the total contract sum, amounting to 1.4 million, following the presentation of certificates of work completed by the project consultant. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, the project has experienced significant delays due to unforeseen challenges, including changes to the project site, relocation of adjacent facilities, and additional works necessitated by the land topography. Whilst the authority was pursuing approval for additional works, the contractor was instructed to proceed with implementation. However, the contractor abandoned site and all efforts to re-engage him have proven futile, thereby hindering further progress on the project of work. Mr. Speaker, to ensure a successful completion of the project, the authority has resolved to cancel the existing contracts and repackage the project and award to another contractor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the project is expected to be completed by the end of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's response, he indicated that the authority has resolved to cancel the contract. So I want to ask, has the contractor been already notified of the intended cancellation, or has it been already cancelled? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As at this morning, the contractor is yet to be notified. We are doing an assessment of the project, and then we'll repackage it, and based on that, we'll inform him, and then we'll terminate it. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
if
you,
you
Mr.
have a
Speaker.
further supplementary question.
The Minister, please, would you kindly let me know how soon the repackaging will be done so that it will be awarded to a new contractor? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We intend to do it as soon as practicable, and so in due time, we'll communicate to this House when we are done. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, no further questions. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, let's move to question number 39. Honourable Member, are we breaking the rules?
No, Mr. Speaker, we are not. Just noticed something in the published answer of the minister, just for him to take the opportunity to correct the records. That is, if only
Very well.
grant me leave. Mr. Speaker, in his answer as published, he indicated that the contract was awarded on April 22, 2020. That's the published one. What he read is talking about 2022. We have 2020. No, I'm saying that what has been published and what you just read, so if you could clarify for us. And then you were saying that you've notified the contractor of the cancellation, yet in your response you say you can't reach the contractor. So yes, that was the supplementary ask. That's why I wanted to clarify. You said you've notified him of the intention to cancel. That's why I wanted.
Which one said they've notified?
Mr. Speaker,
is it his published answer?
No, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, in this written answer to us.
Yes.
He says that all effort to reach the contractor has proved futile.
Yes.
As a result, they are going ahead to repackage.
Yes.
Yes, but when the colleague asked the supplementary question,
Yes.
his answer was that they have notified
No.
the contractor.
That wasn't the answer.
That's Mr.
The
Speaker.
answer is that they would notify the contractor as soon as the assessment is done. That is what I have heard.
Mr. Speaker.
You see, as at this morning, the contractor has not been notified. They will notify the contractor if the assessment is done.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, it helps all of us when we are able to clarify for the record. We don't want, Hansard to look a bit muddy with information. It helps him as a minister as well. Mr. Speaker, if a contractor is not reachable, the reason for which you are going to repackage and re-award, but at the same time you are assuring the House that you are going to notify the contractor. Mr. Speaker, I just want him to reconcile.
Honourable members, what I want all of us to get right is that the indication is that as at this morning, the contractor has not been notified. However, after assessment, they will notify. So there is nothing here that indicates that the contractor has been notified.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I am with you. I had the same understanding, but Mr. Speaker, let's compare. If your main objective for re-awarding is because of your inability to reach the contractor, and he says so very clearly, that all attempts, maybe I should probably quote the Honorable Minister. He says that all attempt to reach the contractor has proved futile. Oh, Mr. Speaker, come to page 14 of his answer.
You see, honourable members.
Regrettably,
honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, is there?
Let's make reference to Standing Order 88.8, which says that where a question has been asked and answered, no debate on it shall be permitted.
All I'm doing is to help him, but if you think it's a debate, I will just withdraw.
Yes.
Because he said the man cannot be rich.
For the purposes
and he's saying that he's going to notify.
For the purposes
I'm only helping.
of time,
that's okay. Sometimes the civil servants who help us, the technocrats who help us, may make a genuine mistake. Our job here is not to expose you to ridicule, embarrass you. That's not our job. Yes, we put your feet to the fire, but our job also is to help you. If you think that, you are right, that's okay.
Honourable Minority Leader, the essence of this order is to take the answer as it is. So, honourable members, I intend not to open any debate, argument, or offer of opinion on this matter. Honourable members, let's move to question number 39, standing in the name of Mr. Vincent Eko Asafua.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I come under Order 88.3, and if your permission, ask the question on behalf of my ranking.
Well, the law does not allow me to give you permission, but if you have the authority...
The authority?
Yes.
I have the authority.
So if you have the authority within the meaning of the order stated, please go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you. I rise...
Honourable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I cannot heckle a backbencher. I cannot. Mr. Speaker, the front bench here on any day that they ask a question and a minister is unable to show up to answer that question, they will lambast that minister. And they will repeatedly remind this House that the ministers don't show up to answer questions. And when I line up 6, 7 ministers to answer questions, then they don't show up to ask the questions. They don't show up to ask questions. That is my concern. As for the person who claims that he has authority to ask the questions, I don't have a problem. Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging his authority. I cannot challenge a backbencher. But it is when they ask questions and ministers show up to answer the questions and they are not here to ask the questions. That is my concern.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I take responsibility for my 88th Infantry Battalion. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Vincent Ko Asifua, Mr. Speaker, he is unavoidably absent for some unavoidable challenges. Mr. Speaker, he took permission from leadership. And, Mr. Speaker, he's not in the chamber as an absentee. We know his industry in this house. ECOWAS industry in this house is without question. Today, all members who ask questions have come. These questions that were asked, the majority leader took permission for and on behalf of the ministers for us to place the questions on ice since March. It's taken several months. And if today they are here, he wants us to praise him. Just one. Only today. Yesterday, none of them was here. Even the one for the government communications minister has taken a long time.
The rules invoked by the honorable member
Mr. Speaker, it's
is
not that one we
Order
are addressing.
88.3, which reads,
Mr. Speaker, I'm not
in
referring
the
to that.
absence
I'm
of the
responding to
member,
the majority leader.
yes, but in the absence of the member, any other member so authorized may, with the proud permission of the speaker, ask the question. So the basis of you being authorized to ask the question is when you are absent.
The speaker is absent.
Yes.
And
So
I am saying that as his leader, I know why he's absent.
yes. So
And he's a very hard-working
that
member
one,
of parliament.
the vote and proceedings will capture him as
Mr.
absent
Speaker,
with
that's no
permission.
problem. I was
or,
responding to the political statement by
Honorable
the majority leader. I know why he
with all
wants,
due
he did
respect,
that.
let's make progress.
I know why he did that. I need to respond to him.
Let's make progress.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
we yield
honorable
in
member,
obedience to you.
Let me state that the order you have quoted is right. But before I grant you permission, you need to indicate that you have an authority of the questioner to ask the question. So please, go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment the efforts being made by the Ministry to provide training and skills development programs for unemployed graduates.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please address the chair.
The Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment was created and mandated to formulate, coordinate the implementation, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in the country as the very first step towards addressing the major challenges of unemployment. The ministry is responsible for the implementation of the Jumera and the National Apprenticeship Programs. In both programs, the ministry will pay particular attention to unemployed graduates. A model would be run under each program to target unemployed graduates, particularly the youth to upgrade, to upscale, and promote entrepreneurship amongst them. Mr. Speaker, the National Service Authority is going to roll out 6 strategic and transformative interventions aimed at reducing graduate unemployment. 1. Agriculture and agribusiness for graduate youth. The authority has begun discussions on strategic partnership with relevant institutions, including MasterCard Foundation, the World Food Programme, the Ghana Education Service, Get Fund, the Tree Crop Development Authority to engage national service personnel on various agribusiness models. Hopefully, 100,000 graduates are targeted under this strategy. 2. Private sector-oriented deployment for skills, employability, and entrepreneurship. The National Service Authority is shifting towards a transformative deployment model that targets 50% of placement of national service personnel into the private sector, with structured mechanisms to enhance employability, foster entrepreneurship, and ensure retention and skills transfer. With this strategy, the authority is seeking to improve transition rates of graduates into permanent employment or entrepreneurship within 12 to 18 months after post-service. 3. Entrepreneurship and innovation for national service personnel. The National Service Authority, in partnership with the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, NIP, and other stakeholders, is working to institutionalize an entrepreneurship-based deployment model aimed at transforming graduate job seekers into job creators. This approach recognizes youth-led ventures as valid service sites and supports entrepreneurs through structured incubation, mentorship, and resource access. 1,000 viable graduate-led businesses operational in the first year are targeted under this strategy. 4. Basic military and emergency response training. The authority, in partnership with the Ghana Armed Forces, under the auspices of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment and the Ministry of Defense, intend to introduce a targeted skills development pathway that equips national service personnel with competencies in emergency responses. By fostering discipline, leadership, and resilience, the training will enhance national service personnel's employability across sectors such as security, civil protection, health emergency responses, and community resilience planning, offering an alternative pathway to both public and private sector roles in crisis management and national service delivery. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry will monitor and assess the implementation and impact of these interventions, review them when the need be, and explore new areas of prospects to promote self-employment among national service personnel to ensure that they do not add up to the number of unemployed graduates. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Employment Agency, YEA, will also introduce new initiatives that will specifically target graduates with the aim of enhancing their employability. In the next 2 years, YEA will implement Graduates in Corporate Support Program with the goal of training 20,000 graduates to meet specific needs and requirements of both public and private sector organizations under government's 24-hour economy program within the next 2 years under a memorandum of understanding. As part of the MOU, YEA will take care of the allowances of the beneficiaries for the first 2 years, whilst the participating organizations absorb the beneficiaries on permanent basis and pay them afterwards. The agency is collaborating with the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry on this initiative, which is expected to be launched in August 2025. The ministry will also strengthen the work abroad model of the Youth Employment Agency and deepen its collaboration with all relevant stakeholders, including the Ministry of Labour, Jobs and Employment, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and other relevant stakeholders. Bilateral agreements on the export of Ghanaian workers, particularly graduates, into opportunities in these countries. This process will involve assessment of the skill set of the prospective applicants and upgrade or upscale these skills sets to meet the demands of the market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, what is the qualification criteria for the graduates under the GRICS program? And and 1,000 viable graduates under the NEIP NSA program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. National Service runs this program for tertiary graduates. That is teacher trainee, nurses, and then graduates from our various technical and technical universities and then our other universities. And so when we speak about graduates and about programs under the National Service Authority, we are referring to graduates that goes through the National Service Authority's programs. When you finish any of these institutions, there is a program that you go through, the National Service programs that you do go through. And so the target group for the entrepreneurship program under the National Service program is for those graduates. Under the YE, the GRICS program we intend to run, it is also for graduates from the various tertiary institutions. And so those are the main targets. And when the question was asked, I believe that the question was referring to graduates who have graduated from our various tertiary institutions. So these are the programs that are specifically targeted at those graduates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other question?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to find out why the figure 1,000, because we might have more than 10,000 graduates. So why the figure 1,000? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is because we are commencing the program for the first time. We are looking at budgetary constraints, and we believe that at least this year we can target 1,000 of them. And so we are targeting 1,000 for now. These are programs that we intend to scale up as and when we have adequate funding. We'll scale it up and then bring on board many other people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any last question? You have your last supplementary.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Minister, as you said, you are beginning with this model. So how are you going to select this 1,000 out of over 50,000 graduates who will come out from the various universities? The selection criteria.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, not every graduate wants to venture into entrepreneurship. And so we'll open application processes, and based on that, a selection process will commence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Habib.
Minister, since you remain the national youth organizer of the ruling National Democratic Congress, can you assure us that you will be fair? Out of the 50,000 graduates, that you know where your NDC hat?
Honorable Habib, your question is completely out of order. It is accordingly overruled. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Where were you? For us to assure you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Leader, I think from your side we can only take one supplementary.
Yes, that's it. Only one. I'm only taking.
But he has asked a question.
No, you ruled him out of order.
But it's still a question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at this juncture.
Very well. I'll give you the opportunity. Proceed to.
Mr. Speaker, you see, I've called you Right Honorable Speaker. I'm prophesying, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the minister share with us if the selection criteria modalities he has put in place gives an opportunity for a fair system of selection.
Well, Honourable Minister, resume your seat. Resume your seat. Honourable Minister, the question under consideration is to ask the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment the effort being made by the Ministry to provide training and skill development program for unemployed graduates. However, the supplementary questions are now on the modalities of taking them.
Mr. Speaker, we are learning. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary must emanate from the answer. So the Minister has given us a broader view regarding the training program, and then on record he himself says that because it's the first time, they are just going to deal with just about 1,000, not the hundreds of thousands of 50,000 or all that. Mr. Speaker, all we are asking him is about the selection criteria, because he's dealing with just 1,000. Obviously, there will be a challenge. So based on his own answer on record, I want to know from him whether the modalities for the purpose of the selection for this training program are such that he would get a fair representation. That's all.
The Minister added that it is not every graduate who would even want to engage in this. Therefore, he will look at the applications that will be made available. But your question is based on a presumption.
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, with all
Mr.
due
Speaker,
respect, I am inclined not to
very well, Mr. Speaker,
permit the question.
If that is your pleasure.
Very well.
If that's your pleasure.
Very well.
It may lead to withdrawal of prophecy.
Yes. My destiny doesn't lie in your hand. Honorable Minister, we are most grateful for you attending upon the House to answer the questions slated for you. Accordingly, you are discharged. Thank you for coming. Second Deputy Speaker should take the chair. Honourable members, before the second Deputy Speaker taking the chair, regarding question numbered 125, standing in the name of Honourable Member for Fantiakwa South Constituency, Mr. Duke, Honourable Duke Williams Ellen Kwame Amoko Ata Oforiata, the Honourable Member requested for a written answer. Accordingly, pursuant to Standing Order 82.8, the Clerk of Parliament has communicated the written answer submitted by the Minister responsible for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. Therefore, I direct the Department of the Official Report to publish the question and the answers in the official report for today. I'm just announcing on question numbered 125. Then, Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader.
I think there's an understanding that the Minister of Finance, who is unavailable, will have his questions answered by the Deputy Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, he actually urged me to allow the Finance Ministry questions to be asked.
Leader.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the Deputy Minister of Finance sitting just by the majority leader. In the former life of the majority leader, where he played midfield for his side in opposition, Mr. Speaker, he will never accept any application for a deputy minister to come. Even so, Mr. Speaker, the deputy minister has come. No reason has been given. All we hear is that the deputy minister is here to answer a question. Where is your minister? The man is supposed to ensure releases to the various ministries. We approved the 2025 budget. Ministers have not had their releases. Mr. Speaker, ministers of state have not received their releases for their various agencies. They have been rendered redundant. And then when we need him to come and answer questions, he sends his deputy to come.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority Leader.
The minister must make himself available. Mr. Speaker, where is the
Honorable
minister?
Minority Leader, he's one of your colleagues, your friend.
Mr. Speaker, we need for Hansard, we need to know why the minister is not here.
Okay, let me give it to the majority leader.
Yes, he should tell us.
Mr. Speaker, just a while ago, his backbench and, ranking member who asked a question but was not available to ask the question and gave authority to somebody else to ask the question, and he got up to defend. All he said was that he wasn't available. He didn't adduce any evidence. He didn't present any documentary proof. He didn't establish the basis for his unavailability. And this House graciously accepted his submission. So my simple submission as well is that the minister is unavailable. And I believe that in reciprocity, he will accept that and we'll move on. Mr. Speaker, he is concerned about releases. The minister has to work to make the releases possible. And indeed, he is among those who have been urging President John Dramani Mahama to make additional appointments so that we will have deputy ministers who will assist their ministers to answer questions in this House. This is an advocacy that you have led. I can mention the names of honorable members on this side that you have been campaigning for to be made ministers and deputy ministers. Just so that this House will have enough ministers and deputy ministers to be available to answer questions. Now there is a deputy minister who is available to answer a question, and again you are raising issues. Please be consistent. Be consistent. We don't even know what to do to satisfy you now. What again can we do to satisfy you? You say we should appoint deputy ministers. We appoint. You say they should come and answer questions. They come. Then you say no, they can't answer questions. Mr. Speaker, I think he has agreed. Let's move on. Let's move on. Oh, please, you have agreed. What is your problem?
Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency the President swore in the last set of ministers, he made a promise to the nation that the following week, he was going to submit 4 more. Mr. Speaker, that was in March. Mr. Speaker, we were also told that Honorable Jachikwesin, as soon as his court case was over, we would hear his name. We haven't heard his name. We heard of the professor from Ketan, Esikado Ketan, Professor Ayesu. We have not heard her name. The founder's daughter. We have not heard the name. We were also told that Professor Moses' brother, the former president brother, we are likely to hear his name. Still no. Mr. Speaker, the Shama MP brought a lot of votes to the NDC. He brought a lot of votes. In fact, Mr. Speaker, not only votes, but we know of his energy levels with all the work he did in this chamber. We've not heard his name. I am concerned, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to have trouble with my senior brother from Ho, so I won't mention. He is in a comfortable lead at Get Fund. He's in a comfortable lead at Get Fund. Get Fund, he's in a comfortable lead there. Mr. Speaker, even the former ACP, he's made a lot of advocacy. Mr. Speaker, many people have been promised just for 4 positions, leading to a high level of anxiety. But Mr. Speaker, that is beside the point. Mr. Speaker, Adam is a junior MP. He should bid his time. His time will come. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Ayarida that AMPIM should take charge for today. But Mr. Speaker, there is a fundamental question to be answered. We approved the appropriation in March. The approval was to enable the ministers to work. Mr. Speaker, the ministers have been rendered redundant. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, he should, Mr. Speaker, I want him to rebut me. I want him to rebut what I'm going to say. Have you received your releases?
Honorable Minister, I have not given you the floor.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minister of Education is here. He's handling a huge ministry. Have you received your releases or you've been promised? Have you received? Say it for Hansard and I'll file a question. Have you received your releases, your capex? Have you received your capex?
Honorable Minister for Education,
Mr.
you
Speaker,
can only
the
speak,
minister
you
responsible for
if
government
I give you the
communication
floor.
is here.
Don't.
He should tell us whether he has received his capex. Mr. Speaker, I say on good authority, not a single ministry has received any releases as contained in the appropriation. And we are running a 24-hour reset government. 1 job, 3 shifts. 1 job, 3 shifts. 1 job, 3 shifts. And it didn't find expression in the budget.
Thank you,
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Leader. Thank you so much.
If that is your pleasure, AMPIM can take over.
Thank you so much. Honorable Deputy Minister for Finance. No, Honorable Local Government. Local Government. Or you want to speak? I don't think it's necessary. So, honorable members, we are turning to question 93. Is it 93? Which one? Okay, then we are now. Very well. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, I hope you know that we are answering question 93 as well.
Mr. Speaker, the ministry has not yet provided the answer to question 93.
Okay.
The answers that are ready are for questions 143 and 144.
Very well. Very well.
Because they are still calculating the figures.
Tell us, it should be part of the records of this house. Why 93, answer to 93 is not ready? Because the member is here. If the minister is not ready with the answer, he should tell us. Let the question be asked and let him say so for records. This is a house of records. You say that one job, 3 shifts. Go ahead and use the time to get the answers. Majority Leader, why do you want to go on attack? Why? The man has had all this length of time to answer the question. He says he's not ready. You said the civil servant will have 3 shifts. Some will come in the evening. You see, you said some of the civil servants, Mr. Speaker, on the campaign trail, they said some of the civil servants will work at night. You people. Now you say you need more time. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, it is starting very soon. The civil servants at the port, they will start working at night as well. So the civil servants at the port will start. It starts from the port and then it moves inland. It starts from the port and moves inland. So the announcement has been made. We will start from the port and then it will get inland and everybody will be working several shifts. As you can see, this house has moved to an evening shift. We have moved to an evening shift. Then in the morning, we'll do a morning shift of committee sittings. Then in the evening, we'll do an evening shift of plenary. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we go even up to 8 p.m. Huh? Then in the night, we'll go and sit in front of Yoko. Mr. Speaker, the question is not ready, so let's answer question 143.
Very well. Honorable members, let's turn to page 4. Page 4, item listed 143. The question stands in the name of Honorable Vincent Ekwa-Usafua, Old Tafo Member of Parliament. Honorable Member for Old Tafo, Vincent Ekwa-Usafua.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member granted authority to Honorable Habib. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Asefua, Mr. Speaker, the records have it that he is indisposed. It's a matter of fact. Mr. Speaker, he is authorized Honorable Member for Tolon, a deputy whip, to ask the question for and on his behalf.
Very well. Application granted. Honorable Deputy Whip, you may ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask this question on behalf of the Member of Parliament for Old Tafo, Honorable Vincent Ekwa-Usafua, to the Minister for Finance. For the Minister for Finance, detailed account of the total revenue realized from the emission levy during the previous government's administration. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the emissions levy was introduced by the previous government through the Emissions Levy Act 2023, Act 1112, which was passed by Parliament and assented to by the President on 29th December 2023. The Act imposes an emissions levy on carbon dioxide equivalent emissions from specified sectors and internal combustion engine vehicle emissions and provide for related matters. Mr. Speaker, although the legal framework for the levy was put in place, the actual operationalization and enforcement of the levy faced implementation delays. As a result, Mr. Speaker, no revenues was generated from the emissions levy during the period under the previous government's administration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield to my colleague over...
Which means you are not coming back by way of...
Mr. Speaker, when you are presiding, I have privileges. when you are presiding, I have privileges.
No, what
so
I want to do
my
is...
My colleague will ask and then it will come back.
Just listen to me. At the moment, you are the owner of the... I want to exhaust your
Mr.
supplementary
Speaker, I'm
question.
yielding to him first.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Honourable Minister what exactly were the implementation challenges that led to the non-operationalization of it.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the information we have is that the previous administration could not implement the levy, even though this House worked on passing it and the President assented to it. So, unfortunately, for reasons best known to them, they did not implement that.
Yes, Honourable Dominic.
So can you confirm to this House that the emission levy that was repealed by the President was never implemented by the previous administration? Yes, I am asking him, I heard him, but I'm asking him. I want to know.
Yes, Minister, just confirm for us. Just confirm and let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot ask a question that has been answered already. The question has been answered. The question has been answered.
Honourable Majority Leader.
Inattention whilst in this chamber is not acceptable. Inattention is not acceptable. You are here in this chamber with us and you are not paying attention to what the ministers are saying. Meanwhile, you ask the question.
Honourable Leader.
You cannot ask a question that has been answered already.
Honourable Leader. Yes. I mean, let's move on. I mean, Honourable Ampim is a... Honourable Leader. Honourable Ampim. Honourable Ampim. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I responded in my answer that no revenue was generated from the emissions levy during the previous government administration.
Well. Yes, Honourable. Honourable members, we just want to move on.
So
yes.
Honourable Deputy Minister, would you agree with me that because no revenue was generated, that was the more reason why you were also able to eliminate it?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Not at all, Mr. Speaker. The emissions levy was part of the levies of this country, and we took a bold decision to repeal it. And so that was the decision of the current administration.
Yes, Honourable Member for
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In the Minister's response, he said the implementation challenges is what they met. I want to find out from him, does it mean Ghanaians never paid emission levy?
Did he say implementation challenges?
Yes, he said it. He said it.
Yes. Honourable Minister.
Yes.
Yes. Honourable members, please. Honourable member, just repeat the question, please.
Yes. So, in his response, he said the levy face implementation challenges. So, I'm asking him, it means Ghanaians never paid for emission levy. That's my question to him.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the information we have from the GRA was that even though Parliament passed the levy, they were having challenges in the implementation of the levy. And so no revenue was generated from this levy. That is all.
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader, I'm listening.
The question that was asked, or the question that has been asked,
question is to ask the Minister for Finance detailed accounts of the total revenue realized. So the question is, how much was realized? The question is not whether or not the levy was implemented. And so the answer that he has provided is that nothing was realized. Nothing was realized. And I think the minister has answered the question adequately. I don't know why we keep, harassing the minister. Confirmation that what?
Honorable
Nothing
Minister.
was realized.
Honorable Minister, if there's no further question, we move to the next question. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader. No, Honorable Habib. You see, that is why, Honorable Habib, that is why when you ask the question, I ask you to exhaust your supplementary question before I get to. No. Honorable minority, please, you ask the question, and normally once you ask the question, you follow it to supplementary question. So I ask you to do the supplementary question, and so you are yielding it to. No. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've not asked any question. I've not asked the question.
He has not asked the question.
I've not asked. Majority Leader, mischief in fatal. We are in fatal. Jai. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Minister, in his answer to this question, the question was for him to give us an account of what the states accrued, got the money that the states generated, the revenue from the emission levy. In his answer, he said, according to the report from the implementing agency, GRA, the implementation suffered challenges. Therefore, no revenue was realized. He again tells us that the levy that was repealed, which the media received the repeal as a gain for the ordinary Ghanaian because Ghanaians were not going to pay any levy. Today he's telling us that in fact, when the law was passed, Ghanaians never paid any levy at all. From what he said, that no Ghanaian paid any emission levy because implementing it was a problem. This is what he has just said.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in view of that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, you are a member of the legal fraternity. You know that laying a good foundation helps your cause. And I'm learning from the majority leader. He is known for his ability to lay a solid foundation. Mr. Speaker, so just for the avoidance of doubt and at the risk of being repetitive, the minister told us that the emission levy was never paid by any Ghanaian during the period of its passage because GRA, the agency tasked with implementation, could not implement it. So the law itself was not a law that Mr. Speaker, I'm landing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Minister, in view of what he has just told us, should anybody say that the emission levy costs the ordinary Ghanaian taxpayer some money in his or her pocket, what will be his response?
Honorable Minister, if you got him, you're minded to respond.
Mr. Speaker, the leader has been going round. I have stated that the question wanted to solicit from us how much revenue was generated. And we have stated clearly that no revenue was generated from the emissions levy. It is as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
So, should any report suggest that the previous administration implemented the revenue levy, should any report suggest that the previous administration implemented the emission levy and same came at a great cost to the ordinary Ghanaian, you will disagree with that report, won't you?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the previous administration introduced the emissions levy and the current administration repealed it. Thank you.
Leader, I think
I'm entitled to 5. Mr. Speaker, I will rest on this last one. Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we should let the minister go in peace.
Very well. Honorable members, we turn to the next question. Oh, you are asking a question? Hey, leader. Anyway, let's hear you.
Mr. Speaker,
That's the point.
I want to ask the minister if indeed the NPP government under Akufo-Addo, President Akufo-Addo, tried to even levy the emissions of drivers of Okada, the emissions of taxi drivers, the emissions of Uber drivers, so that it will increase the fares of those who bought Okadas and taxis. Did the NPP government, when they went to the Ministry of Finance, did they find out that the NPP government attempted to tax emissions in this country?
Have I invited you to respond to the question? Respectfully, that question is overruled. So, honorable members, we turn to question 144. Question 144. And the question stands in the name of a member for Kita, Honorable Kwame Gapi. Yes. Adam.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Majority Leader, let me hear him and see what he's going to tell us.
Not long ago, said the member of parliament for Old Tafo asked a question and he was not even in the chamber. The majority side filed a question, and yet they are not here to ask that question. Are they even interested in the answer for this question, or are they just filing sake for the purpose that the majority side too have filed a question? So, Mr. Speaker, this is just the same thing as cancelling emission levy and introducing energy sector levy.
Well,
like that.
Thank you. Adam, your application is granted. Just go on with the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I seek your leave. You have granted a leave, so let me continue. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kwame Jijoli Gakpe wants to find out from the Finance Minister the status of the 10 million Ghana cedis budgetary allocation in the 2022 national budget for feasibility and engineering studies to find permanent solution against tidal waves in the coastal communities adversely affected by tidal waves.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to the approval of the 2022 budget statement and economic policy on 30th November 2021, the then Minister for Finance sought permission to modify the initial budget proposal. These modifications were in response to the strong concerns raised by the then Minority Caucus and other stakeholders relating to provisions for coastal communities in the Keta and Ketu South constituencies of the Volta region, which had been severely affected by the 2021 tidal waves and storm surges. At the time, media reports indicated that about 4,000 residents had been displaced and 500 houses destroyed. Mr. Speaker, within this context, the minister eventually made budgetary allocation of 10 million Ghana cedis to complete feasibility and engineering studies for the coastal shoreline of Ghana. However, our checks indicate that this allocation was not utilized. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the severity of this issue, the government of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama is taking critical steps and has prioritized the intervention. The President has directed that bold action be taken to permanently address this serious challenge. Consequently, on 27th May 2025, my minister, Dr. Kesil Atoforsen, in line with Section 33 of the PFM Act, issued a commitment authorization for the construction of the Blekusu Coastal Protection Phase 2 project. It is expected that this project will be concluded between 2025 and 2028. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, were you tasked to ask supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kwame Jijoli Gakpe asked me to thank the Finance Minister for releasing and for commencing work on the sea defense project in the areas adversely affected by tidal waves, unlike what happened in 2022 when the money was never utilized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Yes, Afia. Member for Afia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answer of the Honorable Minister, he indicated that the Finance Minister has issued a commitment authorization to the contractor to commence the project between 2025 and 2028. I want to find out from the Minister how much the amount involved in this authorization commitment. And for the year 2025, how much is the ministry allocating for this particular project? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I minded to respond very well. I think this is a constituency-specific question, but because of the issue, that's why. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated in this year's budget, we made an allocation of 200 million cedis for this year. But for the period 2025 to 2028, and the commitment authorization that was approved by the minister shows a total of 919,993,491 cedis and 65 pesos. So that is the amount for 2025 to 2028. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, since it is a constituency-specific question, I think we will move on. So, Honorable Deputy Finance Minister, on behalf of the House, why? I haven't discharged you. On behalf of the House, let me thank you for coming to stand in for your boss to respond to questions from your colleagues. You are hereby discharged. Now we will take Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Mr. Speaker, with respect. Yes. Yeah, but Mr. Speaker. Honorable Majority Leader, I can prioritize.
Honorable members, let's turn to page 3, question listed 34. And the question stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Kingsley Ajiman, a member for Abuakwa South. Honorable member, you have the floor now. The minister is around.
Speaker, with respect, I have the permission of my... Speaker, with respect,
Honorable member for Swami, your application is already granted. Go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs the plans for the Kantamanto and Kwadasu village markets that have been destroyed by fire.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Right. Honorable Speaker, government in 2016 through the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development led the redevelopment of major markets such as Kumasi Market, Kotokrava Market, Ho Market, among others. Additionally, government initiated the process to construct model markets with improved modernized facilities, including crèche, clinic, lorry parks, storage facilities, police, and fire service posts. This remains a commitment of our government and the ministry to ensure that our markets meet this standard. Consistent with this, government has directed all MMDAs to allocate 25% of their share of the 2025 District Assembly Common Fund to build model market to support the 24-hour economy flagship program. Mr. Speaker, the recent fire outbreak which occurred on Thursday, 2nd January 2025 in Kantamanto Market under the Accra Metropolitan Assembly ravaged large sections of the market and thereby destroying one of the most vital and vibrant commercial hubs in Accra, which affected hundreds of traders. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the fire incident, AMA, in collaboration with key stakeholders, cleared the affected area and collected all the debris to ascertain the extent of damage and to ensure safety of those who will access the place. Mr. Speaker, AMA, in collaboration with Ghana Fire Service, intends to incorporate fire safety features such as fire extinguishers, smoke detectors as part of the reconstructed section of the market to enable early detection and swift response to potential fire outbreak. Additionally, AMA is considering the installation of functional fire hydrants within the market space for efficient and timely firefighting operations, should there be any reoccurrence of fire outbreak in that place. Mr. Speaker, the AMA intends to establish and maintain unobstructed access to route to allow for swift movement and of emergency services in case of future fire outbreak. Additionally, AMA is expected to collaborate with the Electricity Company of Ghana to conduct routine assessment and periodic inspection of electrical systems as well as structural components to identify and rectify potential hazard promptly. Mr. Speaker, in the case of the Kwadaso Wood Village, the market site in question is an old and abandoned dumping site located in the built-out of Kwadaso and its environs. With this current status of being completely ravaged down by the fire, the Kwadaso Municipal Assembly has been instructed to embark on a soil stabilization exercise, come up with a redevelopment plan for a well-designed wood market, which will incorporate improved internal access roads, fire hydrants, fire station, and security posts, as well as ancillary facilities to support the activities of the woodworkers and traders. Man checks further revealed that the affected persons lost assets such as materials on sale, machinery, shares worth millions of Ghana cedis. In this regard, I will ensure that an assessment of the damage caused is carried out to facilitate support to the affected persons to get back to business. In the interim, Kwadaso Municipal Assembly has been directed through the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council and with the support of the District Road Improvement Program, DRAPE equipment to undertake compacting of the grounds to facilitate that the shares are redeveloped. Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that educating traders in our market across the country also play an important role in mitigating the risk of fire outbreak and others. Hence, going forward, the ministry will direct all MMDAs to collaborate with the Ghana National Fire Service to organize periodic stakeholder engagement and educational campaigns for traders on fire prevention, strategize proper use of firefighting equipment, and emergency response procedures. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member for Swami, before I will give you the floor to ask supplementary question, let me indulge the House. You spend more than 5 hours. Kindly indulge me to extend the sitting hours beyond the normal hours. Yes, Honourable Member.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Minister, you have said that you'll be collaborating with ECG in terms of the electrical works at the market. Specifically, are you able to tell the people of Ghana how far you've gone with this collaborative exercise? And is that to say that from hence, we're not going to see any fire outbreak in any of our markets as a result of electrical faults?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot tell for certainty that there's not going to be a fire outbreak in any of our markets going forward. As for force majeure, they are bound to happen. And as for fire outbreak, they are bound to happen. But I'm telling you that we are taking precautions. And the markets that we are about to build, we are integrating fire hydrants, fire station, police station, all included in the 24-hour economy market. But Mr. Speaker, the question was zeroed on Kwadaso Wood Market and Kantamatu Market. And that's why the answer was specific. By going forward, the pre-colonial type of market that were built should be a thing of the past. Building a market, the fire service people must be consulted. They must make an input. the era where assemblies alone will be building market without considering the security apparatus should be a thing of the past. And that is why the 24-hour economy market is an integrated type of market. There will be a fire station and there will be a police station to prevent future occurrence of fire outbreak.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my next question to Honorable Minister. Minister, when it comes to Cantamanto, would you consider the congestion of the market as one of the measures to ensuring that the fire service are able to get access when there is fire outbreak?
Mr. Speaker, decongestion should not be a matter of just sacking people from the street. The model market that His Excellency the President is bringing in every district is to ensure decongesting of the existing markets. It's not only Kantamatu. Kandeshi market will be decongested. Kajetia market will be decongested if Krofru market is completed, if Mamponti market is completed. So decongestion is not just about sacking people from one overcrowded place. We are creating model market in every district. And all the 261 MMDAs are going to build city centers. So if Krofro have their market, the Krofro market that was started in 2008 by President Kufuor had been completed. You think everybody will be congested in Kajetia? If the market that we are building, Kandeshi, Madina, Adenta, all have their district city centers, will everybody move to Kantamatu? So I'm calling on you, honorable colleague, let's all embrace the 24-hour economy market. That will be proper decongestion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So are you announcing to the House? Are you announcing to the House 24-hour economy market? Yes, honorable member for Folukrum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing the minister mention the 24-hour economy market. I would want the minister to expatiate how such a market will function if there's no demand and if there is no economic activity in an area where there's no business as such there. So I would want the minister to expatiate on that. Thank you.
Well, honorable minister, you have mentioned 24 hour
Mr. Speaker,
he wants you to expatiate.
in economy, the aspect of demand risk has already been taken care of. The honorable member is talking of decongestion, which means the market already exists. People want place to sell. So the demand is there. And ours is to follow with the supply. So, Mr. Speaker, the demand is already there.
Yes, minority leader. Let me give it to member for Suhum.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know from the minister, communities where you don't have economic activities at night, would the government still go ahead to build such infrastructure in those communities? Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you see, also here, they have a night market, 24-hour economy market in Osu here. Also here, they have it. Somebody built it. Mr. Speaker, clearly speaking, you see, the vision of His Excellency is to make sure that we open up the country. Every city must create, every district must create a city center. Economic markets are different from political market. That's why I say 24-hour economy market. So in every district, there must be a commercial city. If Ghana as a country, we have made conscious effort to open up Kumasi like the earlier leaders started, we wouldn't have been facing the congestion problem. At the time that the PFRN, when we built Kajetia, we were building Krofrom, we were building Bekwai, we were building Obuasi, we were building Aswasi. If we had continued with that, today we will not be taking canes and sacking our hawkers from straight and doing this. What we are doing in every district, identify the economic or commercial center of the district. Spend 24 of your District Assembly Common Fund, which will be 25 million every year. Spend 25% of it in developing that commercial center. And once you do that, you have a crèche. When our women go to the market, they will send their children there. You have a fire post. When there will be fire entrance, so the moment there's the fire service people will remove that one. You have a security post where there will be police officers at the gate. Pickpocketers will not have opportunity to steal people things. There will be solar light. So the 24-hour economy market that we are talking, we are not going to concentrate on only electricity. Every market that we build, there will be solar panels installed there. There will be 24-hour electricity there. There will be 24-hour security, police protecting there. There will be 24-hour fire service people there. Mr. Speaker, there will be crèche. There will be women's bank in the market. So there will be women's bank in the market. So with this, Honorable Member, this thing, believe in it, as far back as 2008. As far back as 2008, listen carefully, President Kufuor in Krofrom built a concept like this. But it was abandoned from 2008. Last week, I sent the mayor in Kumasi there to go and inspect it. We will complete it in 1.5 years' time. The Kajetia phase 2, we will complete it in 1.5 years' time. My brother, is doable. I don't want to say it is possible. It is doable.
Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to find out from the Honorable Local Government Minister whether or not he's aware the Katamanto market is under Clerical and not Accra Metropolitan Assembly. Because in his answers, it's indicated that it's under the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. I just want to find out.
Well, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I started by saying by 2016, so at that time.
Yes, Speaker, I don't think I'm here to banter, but I don't know what he means, but I don't know if you got the answer.
Yes. If I got him right, he wanted to say that his answer was traced to 2016, and at that time, critically has not been established. Minister, is that what you wanted to say?
Mr. Speaker, if I can proceed to ask another. Yes, this has to do with, I also heard you made reference to the drip machine, and I don't know if it's still under the local government and chieftaincy ministry, drip.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the District Road Improvement Project is now under the Ministry of Roads and Highways, and it will be operated in every district, but the road fund will be used in that. We are not going to use common fund in using the DRIP project. The DRIP project is under the Minister for Roads and Highways. It is no more under man outfit, but they will still be working within the district.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is a great day. Indeed, the local government, religious affairs and chieftaincy minister mounting the dispatch box has made some great promises. He's made policy statements. He has addressed the nation and given hope. And it is good. Hansard will bear him out. Mr. Speaker, he tells us that government is going to develop 24-hour economy markets across the country. Now, he may be aware that when Mr. President delivered the State of the Nation address, he promised this People's Representatives Chamber that the 24-hour economy policy will find expression in the budget statement. When the finance minister also appeared before us with the budget statement, he deferred the 24-hour economy policy and said it is still being considered. May I know from the Honorable Minister, in view of what we all know in this house, how is this model 24-hour economy market going to be funded? Because it did not find expression in the budget. It was not part of the appropriation of this house for 2025.
Well. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is a very substantive question, but I will answer him. I will not fight you, I will answer you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, government operates with cabinet ministers, and I'm one of them. Mr. Speaker, delegated leadership goes with delegated responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. You are talking of finance minister, you are talking of other ministers. What has been given to me and the responsibility given to me is what I've talked about. That of finance minister, he will talk for himself.
Mr. Speaker, you see, policy does not entertain rhetorics. I see policy statements being made by the minister. I asked, Honorable Minister, what will be the source of funding? Now you forget about the finance minister thing, I agree. You have talked about this model 24-hour economic market. Can you share with us the source of funding for this?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was very emphatic. Maybe you wrote your question before the answer. Mr. Speaker, I said government is doing proper decentralization. And President Mama is doing not reconcentration, but proper decentralization. We are giving the monies for the district assemblies to them. And we are charging every district to use 25% of those monies to develop a city center model market. We will not sit in Accra and do it for you. We are giving you the money, but use the money to build a 24-hour economy market because that is government flagship project. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, 1 billion, that's 987 million Ghana cedis, was released to the district MMDAs. Calculate it. What they used to get in 1 year, they are getting it in the quarter. And we are saying that we are not taking part to do anything or to do centralized procurement for you. But that money, make sure that our flagship program is 24-hour economy market. Use 25.
Your party or your government program?
Our flagship project. Okay. Mr. Speaker, we campaign with a manifesto. And Ghanaians are demanding accountability from us. And we must deliver. And we are showing you the source of that funding. 25% of the District Assembly Common Fund, which is about 25 million every year given to the district assemblies, they should use it, 25%, to develop that market for themselves. When I went to Efutu, Winneba. All the chiefs in the Efutu, I went to the poetry festival. The demand was that the Omahiri said he needed a market. And I promised him. And I'm sending the money to him. And I'm charging you, leader, use 25% of that money to do it. Thank you, leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a house of records. We are governed by the Constitution, our own enactments, and subsidiary laws. On this occasion, let me use the Constitution to ask the Minister this question. Article 252(2). It says, provides, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, Parliament shall annually make provision for the allocation of not less than 5% of the total revenues of Ghana to district assemblies for development, and the amount shall be paid into the district assembly common fund in quarterly installments. 3. The monies accruing to the district assemblies in the common fund shall be distributed among all district assemblies on the basis of a formula approved by Parliament. Emphasis mine, on the basis of a formula approved by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has approved the formula. The district assemblies have their own development agenda. If, on the basis of what I've read out, the minister is saying that central government is now directing the district assemblies to take certain decisions outside of their own procurement plans, when indeed there is no such policy document before Parliament, when indeed the government itself is saying that its flagship policy is not ready. Mr. Speaker, I want to know from the minister, in view of the constraints provided for in the Constitution, how does he implement this?
Mr. Speaker, thankfully, I'm the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. And that's Mr. Speaker, the laws quoted by the respected minority leader, you know very well. You have passed a law here, Local Governance Act 2016, Act 936, and you have mandated and directed me as Minister for Local Government that after you have passed the formula, I must pass a guideline. And I passed the guideline. And the guideline says that they should use 25% of that money to do it. Yes, that is the law. That is what you told me to do, and I've done it. So what's your problem now?
Mr. Speaker, the minister can choose to speak generally, but this, I would want him to seize the opportunity to assure the House that he would furnish us with this enactment, empowering him to further enact these guidelines at a later date. No, that I would want you to. Don't worry, Honorable Minister. I have seen that the majority chief whip has taken a seat at the back bench and is now coaching from behind.
Unsolicited.
You know, but that's okay. That's okay. It's part of his job. Mr. Speaker, the minister says that the 24-hour economy market is going to have the women banking. Oh, don't worry. Mr. Speaker, fortunately, this is House of Parliament. In this hallowed chamber, everything said is recorded. That is the good news. Unlike a campaign platform where you can say something in jest, you can say and even deny. Here, so don't worry. Is the minister aware that the women banking program has not been provided for sufficiently Is he aware?
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader should be told that he approved over 50 million Ghana cedis in the 2025 budget for the Women's Bank. Mr. Speaker, you see, Mr. Speaker, strategically, when you see government direction, you position yourself. We in local government are positioning ourselves so that government's Women's Bank will be brought to our 24-hour economy market being built in the city centers. Yeah. but seriously speaking, Mr. Speaker, it is a good policy, and there is a saying that brighten the corner where you are. Leader, you bear with me. When I went to Efutu, the Omahine did not ask of anything. He asked of Efutu market. So if I am privileged to provide guidelines and monies are being sent, Mr. Speaker, what will be your number one? Market. And I know my minority leader, that is your constituency. So together, let's build the 24-hour economy market. But Mr. Speaker, thankfully, tomorrow, the designs and everything, they are in my office. And tomorrow, 10 o'clock, I'm meeting consultants. They must critique all those things. We will not hide it from you. We want everybody to be on board. When government says, I will do something, don't sit down and be waiting for government to come from somewhere. Once you have been given responsibility, start work. We have started work. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just to draw the curtain on this. So, Mr. Speaker, banking license will require certain amount, 400 million. The government gave billions to Gold Board and a paltry sum of 50 million to this women banking. Mr. Speaker, the minister is here saying that there's going to be women banking in markets. That's fine. But the 50 million is not even enough for the setup. 50 million CDs. Mr. Speaker, I leave him and all his words to Hansard. I will ask no more.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Okay. We move to question 76. Question 76, it stands in the name of Honorable Alassane Umar Zabzugu. Zabzugu. Is he not around? And he has not mandated anybody to ask the question? Zabzugu. That's question 76, page 4. Page 4, question 76. Well, if the question is abandoned, then we move to question 94. 94, member for Kumewu, NS Yawanim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs when work will resume on the abandoned AstroTurf at Bodomase in the Kumewu constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, last meeting I answered this same question. Yes. Yes.
Is it the same question?
Yes.
Well. Once. But Honorable Anim, did you ask the same question? Very well. Honorable Minister, just respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ashanti Regional Coordinating Council, with funding from the District Assembly's Common Fund, commissioned procurement for 20 normal astroturfs. The Sechere Kumau District Assembly intended to site the project in Kumau. However, the site was changed to Bodmasi in the same district because a similar project was being executed at the original site. Mr. Speaker, the Sechere District project was part of the package including Sechere Central and Aficha-Kwabri District Assemblies, which was awarded to Joy Sika Company Limited, totaling an amount of 14,924,635 Ghana cedis, 29 pesos. The project was expected to be completed in 6 months. The consultancy firm responsible for the supervision of the project is FEDEMS Limited. Mr. Speaker, the AstroTurf project commenced in June 2024 after payment of 15% mobilization to the contractor. Work on the project has stalled since September 2024 due to delays in honoring the interim payment certificates. Mr. Speaker, due to the delay in payment of the interim payment certificate by the DSF, the contractor has since left site due to non-payment of the IPCs. Mr. Speaker, currently, the work done on the project is 35%. And unfortunately, as at the time I was delivering the answer last meeting, the work done was 35%. Consistent with government commitment to ensure that all ongoing projects are completed, structural assessment to determine the integrity and cost analysis will be conducted to ensure that the contractor is given a fair allocation to enable him to be able to go to site and complete the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Anim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's response, he indicated that government intends to complete all projects and that there will be a structural assessment and cost analysis. Can minister provide some timelines as to when this structural assessment will be conducted? Because the project was suspended in September. This government took office from January. We are currently in June. When will the assessment be conducted? And when should we expect them on site to do this assessment?
Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, the Minister for Youth Empowerment came to answer a question on AstroTurf. Few hours later, the Minister for Local Government is answering a question on AstroTurf. And if you listen to the answer, the AstroTurf was given to Kumau. Another government agency cited the same AstroTurf in the same venue. So Kumau had two. Mr. Speaker, there was no coordination in the siting of the AstroTurfs. Ghana Gas is building AstroTurf. Youth and Sports is building AstroTurf. Bui Power is building AstroTurf. GMPC is building AstroTurf. Local government is building AstroTurf. So there was duplication of siting of AstroTurfs. And that is what brought the problem. Even my brother Jerry will bear with me that Coastal Development Authority was also building AstroTurf. So clearly, as leaders of the country, we cannot abandon this project. We need to do fair assessment, and that must take time. That is why I'm saying that give me time, I will do assessment. As a colleague, I cannot allow 35% of the money has been spent, or work has been done. The total cost was 14 million Ghana cedis. We can't allow it to go waste. That's why I'm saying that give me time. There is an ongoing internal audit and reconciliation at the DACF, which I'm aware of.
So we have to wait when they are done, then we'll engage and complete this work. But so long as it has been started, we have authorized the DACF themselves to spend 25% of the money going to them on ongoing legacy project. So no project will be abandoned. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah,
Honorable Minister, you know, I have a peculiar problem with respect to the ASTROTEF. Yes. And even though the question is constituency specific, I think I should take advantage of it to also inquire about my situation. There is a existing part for a community.
I thought you and I have spoken about yours.
Oh, so I should.
For me now, we spoke about it.
Very well. So
the speaker so is one of the 20.
I'm not asking a question. The minister saying.
By clearly, Mr. Speaker, once work has begun on them, we have to continue.
Wonderful.
In fact, there are 20 in number, and we cannot leave them to go waste. Money has been spent on them, and we'll continue.
So let's take the last question.
Thank you, Minister, for the assurance. I want some clarification over here. This project was funded by the DACF. DACF. The first one was a different funding source, which you are aware is not coming from DACF. And the clarification here is that it was not cited in the same community. Kumewu and Bodomasi are two different places. That's the clarity. Then my question is, now it's under DACF. Does the ministry have any plans to modify the funding? Because now you have talked about the 25%, which would be used to complete legacy projects. Then there are also special projects under DACF formula. Is it that DACF intends to complete this under the special projects or the 25%? So we have that clarity. Then once we are negotiating with the Assembly, we know how to proceed. Yes.
Well.
Mr. Speaker, that's a very good question. And that's why in approving the formula for disbursement of the DACF, you allocated some money for special projects. There was a figure for special project, but I can't recollect. It was how much? You saw 70 million. Precisely. So thank you for the support. That's why you are a government chief whip. And you are a government chief whip. Me and you were doing the work.
My colleague should correct. This is a house of record. I am not government chief whip. I was. The formula that was approved of. Then I was opposition chief whip. So he shouldn't refer me. He's going to take a fight with Honorable Eche unnecessarily. I was. Okay. By 70 million.
Mr. Speaker, so long as you are interested party, he has given us the figure, 70 million. Those projects, we must complete them. So we'll find a way of continuing so that the price fluctuation doesn't increase the cost so much. But next year, in approving the formula, man, know that self.
Well, honorable members, we will.
The 70 million was specific to special project. Yes. But I recall when the exchequer was here, our respected finance minister, he had said that they were going to construct further markets and AstroTurfs, which was different from the one allocated under the 70 million special project. It's curious. He shouldn't answer, but the begging question is, where would this funding come from? And the leader alluded to it. If there was already 70 million allocated under special project, and then you still want to do further markets and AstroTurf, and you have already spoken to duplication, maybe we should streamline things properly. Otherwise, it's going to be a challenge.
Thank you very much.
Special project already captures it.
Thank you very much. On that note, we bring we bring questions to the local government minister to a close. So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, receive our appreciation for coming to the House to respond to your colleagues. You are hereby discharged. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, one Osahin has asked a question. One Osahin has asked a question of the Minister of State for Government Communications. Mr. Speaker, we reserve that question as the last question of the day, given the weight of the matters raised in that question. Mr. Speaker, if this House knows who that Osahin is, he may be invited to ask his questions.
Yes.
Speaker, our leader is very cooperative and he can be very diplomatic. He can also choose to employ sarcasm as and when he pleases. I mean, this is your counterpart. Speaker, refer to him properly. Let him do the proper thing. Leader, with all respect, you know his full name. You know his designation. No, please do the proper thing. I hope you won't say something worse.
So, honorable members, in order that...
Mr. Speaker, Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyo-Markin, the MP for Efutu. The Osahin.
Thank you. Thank you. And once the question is coming from Osahin, probably I will crave your indulgence for 5 minutes suspension. You may ask your question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of State for Government Communications about the steps being taken to support the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation to be efficient and competitive.
Well, thank you, Honorable Minister of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish first to thank the Honorable Minority Leader for raising this important question. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation was established by means of NLC Decree 226, or the Ghana Broadcasting Act 1968. For decades, it has stood not only as a cornerstone of our national media landscape, but also as an enduring emblem of our collective history and democratic evolution. It has, over the decades, embodied the values of informed citizenship and participatory governance, while shouldering the solemn responsibility of providing impartial, accessible, and nationwide public service broadcasts in service of the Republic of Ghana. Yet, from heavy legacy electricity debts to outmoded and analog equipment, through to the pressing need to establish a presence in the 6 newly created regions, GBC today finds itself constrained by challenges that are both structural and financial. Improving the effectiveness of GBC, therefore, demands a comprehensive strategy, one that addresses long-standing legacy issues while simultaneously laying the groundwork for modernization, sustainability, and relevance in a rapidly evolving media landscape. With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I will outline some of the key challenges currently confronting the corporation and the concrete steps being undertaken to reposition GBC as a viable, innovative, and efficient public broadcaster. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation is currently saddled with a legacy electricity debt
totaling 18.8 million Ghana cedis. This comprises of 13,771,396 Ghana cedis owed to the Electricity Company of Ghana and another 5,108,831 Ghana cedis owed to NEDCO. This debt accumulated over the period when government paid electricity bills for national security institutions and other state agencies, including the Ghana Police Service, who co-located at GBC facilities and shared a common meter. Following the cessation of these payments, the burden of the accumulated unpaid bills fell on GBC. While GBC continues to honor its current electricity obligations, the legacy debt remains unpaid. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2.5 decades, GBC has scarcely received any direct capital investment from the central government. Most of the corporation's studio and transmission infrastructure remain analog and outdated. Retooling efforts have been funded primarily through the corporation's internally generated funds and limited international support, most notably from the government of Japan. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, as you well know, is statutorily mandated to maintain a presence in all regions or in all regional capitals of the Republic. The creation of the 6 new regions has imposed additional obligations, which the corporation, constrained by limited financial resources and infrastructure deficits, has thus far been unable to meet. In an effort to address this gap, an agreement was reached between GBC and the Ministry of Finance under the previous government, wherein the corporation relinquished a prime parcel of land adjacent to the Jubilee House in exchange for funding to support the establishment of regional FM stations in the newly created regions. The Ministry of Finance did not fulfill its end of this arrangement. We will continue to pursue the matter with the Ministry of Finance with a view to having the payment effected so GBC can invest in the establishment of a presence in the 6 new regions. Mr. Speaker, GBC's sole outside broadcast van, known also as the OB van, is now nearing 2 decades in service and is reliant on outdated analog technology. This is woefully inadequate for the demands of modern broadcasting. As a result, the corporation is often compelled to rent high-specification OB vans, particularly when covering high-profile national events or producing content for international audiences at an exorbitant daily cost of up to $15,000 a day. This practice is not only economically unsustainable, but also emblematic of the broader resource constraints that continue to cripple the corporation's ability to operate with autonomy, efficiency, and dignity on the global media stage. Mr. Speaker, under the erstwhile government, the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, despite its statutory mandates and the essential nature of its work, was treated as a commercial entity for customs purposes, thereby imposing a significant financial burden whenever efforts were made to modernize or replace outdated equipment. A striking example of this occurred last year when GBC, using its internally generated funds, procured 4 new FM transmitters for Accra, Kumasi, Bogatanga, and Wa. Although these transmitters were acquired solely to enhance public service delivery, the corporation was denied tax exemption and compelled to pay full import duties. This precedent not only undermined the sustainability of GBC's operations, but also hampered efforts to replace similarly outdated transmitters at 12 other regional FM stations across the country. The Ghana Broadcasting Corporation has requested for exemption from duty payments to facilitate its public service broadcast obligations. I have tabled the matter for discussion with the Minister for Finance and the GRA and will be updating the House on progress made. Mr. Speaker, in addition to funding constraints, the corporation is not fully capitalizing on its extensive estate portfolio, comprising numerous properties located across the country. Many of these assets remain underutilized and have not been properly leveraged to generate revenue. Furthermore, a recent audit of GBC's co-location arrangements with other institutions revealed significant revenue losses due to weak oversight and unfavorable terms. Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose a few solutions to enhance the efficiency of GBC in light of the problems listed above. Mr. Speaker, to respond to the aforementioned challenges, which militate against GBC's functional efficiency, the following steps have been taken, I beg your pardon. The Office of the Chief of Staff has been formally notified of the long-standing electricity debt owed by the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, currently standing at an approximate figure of 18.8 million Ghana cedis. I have also initiated talks with the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, as well as the Ministry of Finance, to resolve the matter in a sustainable manner. It is encouraging to note, Mr. Speaker, that GBC has stayed current on electricity bills, and once this legacy debt is addressed, they are unlikely to pile up any more debts in that regard. Mr. Speaker, in response to the evolving landscape of media consumption and the urgent need for sustainable funding for public service broadcasts, discussions have begun to enable GBC monetize aspects of its content without compromising its public service broadcast obligations. This has become necessary due to the historical difficulty with TV license collections. This is aimed at strengthening and enhancing the current framework so that it more accurately reflects the full spectrum of GBC's programming, which now extends well beyond traditional television to encompass radio, online streaming, and other digital platforms. Mr. Speaker, this may, however, require some amendments to GBC's enabling legislation, and I count on the support of honorable members when it becomes necessary to do so. Mr. Speaker, there is an urgent need for GBC to extend its services to 6 new regions, as indicated earlier, and they would require a minimum of 36 million Ghana cedis to do so, which is 6 million per region. The arrangement with the Ministry of Finance involving the leveraging of some of GBC's assets, specifically land, offered a useful avenue to achieve this. I am engaging the Ministry of Finance to honor their commitment to support the establishment of FM stations in the 6 new regions following the agreed land for funding arrangement. Mr. Speaker, given the cost of acquiring a modern digital OB van, estimated at 2.5 million euros apiece, government will collaborate with GBC to explore ways of acquiring them. This will reduce dependence on expensive rentals for live coverage, and it could be achieved through effective monetization of well-curated content as part of an overall strategy to attain financial viability and independence. Further, I will lend support to GBC's renewed application for tax exemption status for the importation of selected public service broadcast equipment, especially FM transmitters for regional stations. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation is not presently in its optimal state. Years of underinvestment, legacy liabilities, and the rapid evolution of the media landscape have placed considerable strain on its operations. Nonetheless, the corporation retains significant national value and potential. Its operational capacity can, and indeed must be enhanced to ensure it continues to serve as a credible, independent, and nationwide public service broadcaster. I wish to assure this august House that the ministry, working in close collaboration with relevant stakeholders, remains fully committed to the progressive transformation of GBC into a modern, efficient, and well-resourced institution, capable of deepening public participation in our democracy and reinforcing the values of transparency, accountability, and national cohesion. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, yes, the minister is right on this issue of tax exemption challenge. I remember when I became the leader of the House on a working visit to Graphic Corporation and Ghanaian Times. They raised this issue that they have challenges with having to pay for items they import for the production of their newspapers. I pray that he's able to deal with not only GBC, but that of Graphic and other state-owned media houses as well. Mr. Speaker, now on the supplementary questions. One, the Honorable Minister tells us that there was a land transaction between the state and GBC where GBC released part of his land in anticipation or with the expectation that the state was going to pay. There was going to be payment to enable them acquire some equipment. And this payment is yet to be made. Can the minister tell us whether this agreement was a government GBC agreement or it was between GBC and a private company?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm aware, and per the briefing I have, this was a GBC government agreement through the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Ministry of Finance. That is the briefing that I have.
Very well. So, yes, because we can see a new GRA head office, which edifice has been built, and we know in the public space that the Ministry of Finance is actually moving there. So if you're able to pursue it, I think it's a prime land. I don't know whether it's going to cost some $20 million or $30 million. That will help a great deal. Good. So, Speaker, may I know from the Honorable Minister, in view of his detailed explanation regarding the state of equipment, he says that a lot of the equipment are obsolete. Analog equipment, he also talks about the studios and then transmission equipment being very old. Now, having shared that challenge with us, may I know from him what plans the ministry has put in place to provide technological infrastructure or create a digital migration platform necessary to enable GBC compete with private broadcasters in today's high-speed multimedia environment.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, GBC primarily functions on the basis of its IGF. Indeed, if you look at the budget that's presented to this House, even though IGF is public funds, GBC is allowed to keep it for its operation. But this has proven over the years to be inadequate to meet their demands. It was the reason why they entered into that land swap arrangement with the GRA and Ministry of Finance to raise some revenue to be able to invest in their operations. I see that arrangement, if properly rationalized, offers potential for generating significant revenue. Because GBC has a lot of assets that at the moment remain underutilized. And if they were to structure the way that these arrangements are made, they could lay hands on significant resources to invest in their operations. Another avenue that they could use is the monetization of their content. I'm sure the minority leader is aware that GBC, which in the past had 1 or 2 channels, now has 6 different channels. Their law enforces an obligation for them to be a public service broadcaster. So they are not allowed to monetize the content. In other words, they must operate as a free-to-air broadcaster. The chunk of their revenue comes from advertising, but that is not enough. So discussions are ongoing to see how GBC can be structured in a way that they meet the public service broadcast obligation, but are able to monetize other channels. For instance, they have a GTV Sports Plus channel. If there is some reform, some amendment in their legislation, that channel, for example, can be monetized in that well-created sporting content can be placed there and a fee charged for viewers to access. They also have content that have stood the test of time, which viewers would like to have replayed. Now, they could put this content on channels that viewers can pay to watch, and through that, they can generate significant revenues to finance their operations, whilst not compromising their public service broadcast obligations. But these are discussions that are currently ongoing, and we hope that they come to fruition so that GBC will become self-sustaining. Because we are, as a government, we do not believe that putting central government funds into GBC is a sustainable model. Currently, government pays for the salary of the 1,150 workers of GBC. That, for me, should be the extent to which government goes in terms of putting central government funding into GBC. The rest has to be taken care of through internally generated funds. And these are some of the ways that this could be done. I thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, Honorable Minister, the Honorable Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has raised an issue of content production, and he's dwelled very much on that. Then specifically, I want to know what strategies, therefore, is he going to put in place to improve the content production capacity of GBC to make it attractive to the younger audience and commercially competitive in the digital space?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it all boils down to the availability of resources. If GBC has resources, they will be able to produce world-class content. For instance, the minority leader would notice that during the last qualifying window of the Black Stars, GTV did not show the Black Star matches, the World Cup qualifiers, live. But it was shown on international media. It was GBC that did the production. They rented OB vans because they had a contractual agreement with FIFA. And they were able to create this content and give it to the international media. It met international standards, and there was no difficulty with the quality. The quality was of the highest possible quality. But they could not show it locally because they did not have the money, $750,000, to purchase the rights to show to the people of Ghana. So GBC has shown that they have the capacity to create world-class content. What is left is for them to be able to have adequate resources to further enhance this capacity and make it attractive to the Ghanaian viewing public, such that people will be willing to spend some money to watch that content. These days, there are models all over the world, Netflix, Prime Video, and what have you. All they do is they spend money to produce this content, and people are eager to watch, and so they are prepared to pay something small. Now, this would be in lieu of TV license, which is difficult to collect, given that they are a free-to-air, broadcaster. There's also difficulties with the collection mechanism. And to the extent that people are not willing to pay, it becomes a bit difficult to mobilize revenue around it. But if you have content that is attractive and people are willing to pay to access it, it is a good way to generate revenue. So we believe that once we are able to have serious discussions with GBC, get them to leverage some of the assets they have, generate adequate capital, invest in content, I believe that the public will come on board and they will generate even more revenue to be able to do their work. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, at the heart of the government's plan in ensuring efficiency and competitiveness at GBC is human resource capacity. Therefore, a question that begs for an answer is this. In view of all you have narrated, have you in place a strategy in ensuring retention of skilled media professionals amidst this increasing competition from private broadcasters? Have you that in place?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would imagine that GBC has a competitive edge when it comes to remuneration in the industry. As I indicated, government pays GBC's workers. I doubt if there are many private broadcast organizations that have the financial muscle to meet the wages of workers in the manner that GBC is able to do. But of course, once GBC itself is able to realize enough revenue, they will be in a position to give incentives to their workers so that they can attract the highest possible quality of human resource.
Honorable Minister, I'm a private sector oriented person, so I support.
So, leader, this is the last one.
Yeah, that is so.
Very
Mr.
well.
Speaker, I prepared for 5 supplementary.
Oh, you have your prepared supplementary questions.
Mr. Speaker,
So
one
that is
way,
that is
Mr.
why it's
Speaker,
flowing.
Mr. Speaker, one way to be effective in this chamber is to prepare. Else you will be taken off guard. You have to always prepare. And when you prepare, you are able to deliver.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, that was a training given to us.
Yes.
That at the bar, when you prepare,
Exactly.
you're able to stand all attacks.
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, without doubt, our brother, you know, let's put politics aside. He's a good fellow.
Yes.
So you need to prepare and punch him well. Yes, Mr. Speaker, come on. I mean, I mean, Felix is a good fellow. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the minister if he says that the state would have to be careful, or we should proceed with caution over investing state funds. So I agree with that. In view of that position, which I agree with, may I know from the Honorable Minister, by way of clarification, whether there is any plan to restructure GBC's financing model to reduce the dependency on the limited public funds and whilst enhancing commercial viability from what he's just said. Because he tells us that yes, indeed, there is over-dependency on the state and state resources are limited. I looked at the budget for your ministry, very, paltry sum. So, what financing models are you looking at for GBC to make them viable and to some extent independent, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe I have already answered that question. If you look at the budget, with the exception of compensation, which the state pays, nothing goes into GBC. All the other sources of funding comes from GBC's own internally generated funds. They are responsible for their own capex. They are responsible for their own goods and services budget. So, and that has been so for about 2 decades. But as I indicated, through effective monetization of contents and proper utilization of the value of their assets, they should be able to generate significant revenue to invest in their operations. And once that is done, I trust that they will be able to compete favorably with any other media organization anywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Jerry.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you've done so well, but there are a few ones. No. GBC is our constituency. GBC is a national constituency. Yes, I just want to find out if there is any performance monitoring framework in place to ensure that the public investments or reforms being rolled out at GBC are yielding any measurable results in audience share, advertising revenue, and national reach.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe those are matters best addressed by the National Media Commission, because as you may be aware, our constitution is such that it places direct oversight of GBC and other state media under the National Media Commission. Lately, there's also SIGA, which takes care of the interest of government. For us, in the Government Communication Office, which oversees the affairs of these state media on behalf of government, there's a limitation in terms of what you can do. You have to go through the National Media Commission. But since I assumed office as the Minister for Government Communication, all the reports I have received from GBC and indeed other state-owned media shows a decline in their performance. And the minority leader was right when he spoke about the difficulties they are having, even procuring inputs into the production. If you go to Graphic Communication Group, New Times, GNA and GBC itself, there are major difficulties there. But I guess that it is all a symptom of underinvestment and perhaps weak oversight over their operations. So we may need to do some restructuring and enhance monitoring and oversight. And we should overcome any hindrances in that regard if we do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, my very last question has to do with the exemptions that the Honourable Minister talked about. Honourable Minister, are you in the position to initiate steps or proceedings to find GBC get some exemptions from the Ghana Revenue Authority, maybe with the support of Parliament? Because I believe that that would be a base for them to get some revenue. So if you are even looking at about 18 million cities that you talked about, that can easily be some cash GBC can have. Are you considering, and when do you intend to do so? Considering getting Parliament to support you get some exemptions for GBC, and when are you intending to do so?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Indeed, since assuming office, I've been inundated with requests from all state media. The Graphic Communication Group has raised concern, for instance, about newsprint and how expensive it is to bring in newsprint and clear them. Same with GBC. When they want to buy transmitters, they have to pay exorbitant duties at the ports. The same with Ghanaian Times. If they want to buy printing equipment, they face the same difficulty. So I have committed myself to engaging the Ministry of Finance and the GRA on this matter to make a strong case for these entities because they provide essential service. The enabling laws that set them up, whereas it was well-intentioned, also tends to cripple them a bit and makes them uncompetitive because they are competing in a very fast-evolving environment, and therefore they need to stay ahead of the curve. If they are state-owned organizations, what advantages are they deriving from that status compared to private organizations? And I believe that at least the request for tax exemptions should be heeded by the GRA and the Ministry of Finance. But I'm hopeful that we should make some progress, and I'll be on hand to brief the House on any progress made. And I trust that as the Honourable Member has indicated, we will get the full support of this House if such a request were ever to be put before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Members. We will bring question time to a close. We spent so much time on questions. So, Honourable Minister, on behalf of the House, let me thank you for attending upon the House to respond to questions from Osahini, the minority leader. You are hereby discharged. Leadership. Any indication?
Mr. Speaker, we have exhausted the day and we are in your hands for closure of the House. No, it's over 5. No, listen.
Wait. Mr. Speaker, in the order of seniority, when the majority leader is not there, it's the minority leader. That is a bona fide. So, Eche, I'm not going to fight you. Take it easy. Mr. Speaker, Eche must take it easy. Your boss is coming.
But yesterday, this issue was raised
Your
here.
boss is coming. Mr. Speaker.
Eche.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Eche.
His boss is. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed to any adjournment. We are not. No, wait. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker has called me.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, they failed to do the 30%. Mr. Speaker, before the deputy whip of the majority side makes the application for adjournment. Mr. Speaker, yesterday our young kids, the BEC students, started their BEC, and we're going to make some statement on it to wish them well. I pray that tomorrow we'll find space to deal with.
Very important.
That's very important thing because it's their first major external exams they are taking. And Honorable Dapa has anxiously been waiting to make his statement. I know tomorrow he would also have a bite. So Honorable Dapa, tomorrow be here. It will be your day. Mr. Speaker, at this time, at this point, whatever the majorities I want to do, they can do. Whatever, if they say 24-hour economy, if they no more want to pursue that part, there's no urgent government business. They don't have other paper addendum to generate. And the majority leader is tired. If the majority leader is tired and he wants to assign his deputies to move the House for an adjournment, so be it. So be it.
Mr. Speaker, we could not take question number 92. That is a question meant for the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts because the Minister was not available. So I just want to apologize to the Honorable Member who has been here the whole day, hoping that the Minister will come for him to ask the question. So with your indulgence, we'll reschedule that question. We'll find out if the Minister is in town. We'll reschedule the question, but I just want to apologize to the Honorable Member for the unavailability of the Minister to answer the question. So, Speaker, I've been dealing very gently with the Osahin. So, Mr. Speaker, we're in your hands. In your hands.
Well. There's no, we've gone beyond 5 hours.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't even allow me to move it. You didn't allow me.
You are in my hands now.
The women are here with you, and you won't allow the women to do the talking.
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands because it's over 5 hours.
You
so
spent
we are
6
in your hands.
hours.
It's over 5 hours.
Honorable members,
okay, I move that
I thank you so much for your cooperation.
Because
you bring proceedings to an end. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 2 o'clock afternoon. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock afternoon. In other words, 14 hours Greenwich Mean Time. The House stands adjourned.